All right, you're connected. All right, speakers. Okay, where's our owl?
Did we find it yet?
Nope. I don't see any owl in here.
So this might be the issue.
Okay.
You don't,
That little connector.
yeah, you don't have any other.
Yeah,
ports,
no, I
do you?
do. It's over here. I just
This
add
way?
that one for extra stuff.
Is it?
Oh,
It's
I mean,
USB-C.
we can swap out this USB-C, right?
Do you have another HDMI port?
Yeah.
Okay,
over
cool.
here.
So let's do that. So connect that straight in there, and then. Here's up to
Setting up meeting owl 3.
there we go. That's what we want to see.
Default speaker is changed to echo canceling. La, 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 la. All right, check the mic.
That's what we want.
All right,
Hello.
say something.
So
There you go. It's picking it up.
I stand over here. Can you hear me?
Oh, it's still picking you up.
Hey, Darren, how are you?
we should test it, kind of following people around, right?
Victory lap. Woo!
So will it kick on as this video?
Yeah, give it a second. Okay, so your video, you're gonna want to change to the owl as well, if it didn't do it. Yep, so change your video to the owl.
Check, check.
So, yeah, it's picking you up because you're right there.
We should probably not blur the background, right?
That's correct.
Just check that out. So
Check,
this
Check,
basically,
check, check.
so the big view up at the top, it's gonna auto try to change to people. So like it's me talking, so that's gonna try to pick me up here in the corner. So that is one of the things to consider too, when you guys are using these. If somebody does something like drop a notebook or something, it's gonna automatically switch to them. So keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, so anytime someone makes any loud noises, it's automatically gonna center on them because it thinks it's trying that person to, it's supposed to focus on, okay?
Okay. Perfect. Then I think they're working.
All right, so you got some wind coming through. It's gonna blow the things off the tables.
Maybe we can close the door for now.
Guys, the breeze is really, really nice.
It is.
Okay, we need some rocks.
Yeah.
And some gravel up. Every set of paperwork. So they're all properly chained together, right?
All right. I think we're rocking. Oh, it looks like a little owl.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't notice that. Okay.
Nathan, Albert, 1,
I
2.
saw that. Yeah, Albert.
You're gonna have people trying to join.
All right, so this is on my app. These are both showing errors, so if I leave this meeting, nothing's gonna happen to you guys. They're already paired and they're paired.
If you wanna go ahead and leave. You shouldn't have to do anything, so. Because they're.
Check, 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 check.
Yeah, so you're not doing anything to change it.
Okay.
So, yeah, you're not connected to them, but they were already paired together, so you don't need that right now, so, right now.
So they will continue to recognize.
Yeah, because we already paired, already did that. once. So they already synced up together, so you're good.
You said make sure you have this on your phone, for you know.
In the future, but yeah, they're already paired
I
right now.
got you. Okay, so it doesn't have to go into the.
Well, yeah, so because we paired it anyways, because he told me we didn't do that, that we were being already paired. So it should just be a matter of.
Yes, I don't know how we go about this being, yeah, maybe Linda, you can help. So do we want, how is the screen going to be set up? Is it mainly like viewers, like Chuck Miller's on the line right now? Do you think, is he seeing this window right
He's
here?
seeing what, yeah,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
seeing what you're
Okay.
seeing,
Got it.
basically.
in this little window, whatever's going on here, that's the view they're gonna see.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Perfect.
So for you, it just puts it off to the side as
Yeah.
a smaller view.
And then the PowerPoint is. Also, or-
So Sam is gonna present from his computer. We'll make him the presenter. So that way he can change things on the fly.
So he'll need to join the meeting.
Yeah.
And then you make him the presenter and share, and then he should be able to share. But I would say, do we have an extra laptop we can test it, just make sure it's working? So,
I have a laptop.
Yeah,
well, I was gonna say, Craig, do you want to just like log in?
yeah, that's a good idea.
So join the meeting.
Yeah, so join the meeting. Do me a favor and mute yourself when you do that, please.
We'll figure that out pretty quick.
So that'll be the one thing, if anybody's trying to do anything on their phones or their laptops here in this room.
Yeah.
Same rules apply, they need to mute themselves, because otherwise you're gonna have all this feedback through the
Yeah.
owls and through their devices. It's just gonna have feedback issues.
Okay. Thank you so much for.
That's good.
I was gonna say, you guys are in departments today.
Oh, I bet, yeah, the move.
I love the guys that were like other here. I was like, well, she was like, she said something about Linda too, and I was like, oh, I'm off premises, you're telling to number one. I was like, you're in charge. The link. Can you get into there and send them the link?
Yeah, should be on our work group email.
Yeah.
Or sorry, on our work group. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing I don't really want to do is navigate away from the presentation while my computer is like connected. I like don't want to go into my email and stuff.
Oh, no,
It's
yeah.
just like too complicated. Leave that to the facilitator to start to document. Hey. We put name tags around. Oh, yeah, yeah. What's your name? Louisa? Hey, I'm Daniel. I think you're right next to Catherine over here.
Okay. Sorry.
So, Daniel, sorry, before I forget. So the physical owls actually do have, owls probably put it on. them,
Okay.
You don't need an app, don't need anything to adjust that.
Perfect.
You can just go up and down here. They've also got button mute. So if for some reason people are like, we're really having a hard time hearing you guys, you'll want to adjust both of them, of course. But you guys should be able to just physically adjust them. And then I just always, we tested, I mean, we were testing it for smaller room than this, but it can, and if you, well, for them to hear, for them to speak through this, actually, they might come out really loud, so you can adjust it.
Okay.
And then, where's the other one? What did you do? I was just saying that nobody ever complained about not being able to hear us, actually. It was them we
It was-
couldn't hear.
Okay.
So we
okay.
were adjusting the
The
volume.
volume is gonna be the main one.
Yeah, it's right there.
Yeah.
So I tried to join with the link.
Okay.
So the link had a passcode to it.
No, and the link had it's like their meeting ID embedded into it, but I didn't see That's what's needed. I don't know how anybody's gone on, because we haven't had the fastest.
Yeah.
The fastest on it. Oh, yeah, there is 246-250. But that's not very well. Oh, I'm gonna add that to the website really quick. You're gonna have to disconnect from the.
So, yeah, I was gonna say, if you don't want them to see what you're doing,
Yeah,
so you can just unplug.
should mess it up too bad. Okay. Okay,
Chuck's still gonna, I mean, yeah, you're not sharing your screen,
not
so
sharing my
Chuck
screen,
can't see anything. Okay. And then when he gets back up and running, we can just do a share screen real quick, just to see. Once we share the screen, what it's gonna look like.
okay. So I'm just adding it to the webpage now, so hopefully. Perfect. Okay. This is like the heftiest HTML.
I know.
Yeah.
I like testing it out like 2 or 3 times because it was like just. So this is a test. Go ahead and share your screen.
Yeah.
Website doesn't matter. You can just share the window or something. Just so we can see what it looks like from the user side. Okay. So- Perfect. So that's what they'll see.
Okay.
They should just pull it off to the side. They still see the main page.
Yeah.
Trying to share.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Nice. Thanks, Linda. That was a good idea.
Okay.
And we should leave this
Because
on
it's
because it's tied in.
Because it's
Yeah,
tied into the owl, so you can just leave that.
perfect.
And then everybody else, though, you know, obviously, if they're in the room for some reason and trying to join. I don't
Yeah.
think anybody would, like, remember.
And I should be muted, like my computer, it shouldn't come through my computer at all.
No, because you're plugged into the
Yeah.
owl.
Perfect.
And then the other one's connected via Bluetooth to this one.
Okay.
So that's how it's giving like the whole room, basically.
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome. Well, hopefully I'll be able to leave this off to the side and not.
Yeah. Yeah,
Alright.
really, because you'll just be changing whoever's presenter, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Okay.
okay.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you, Linda.
No problem.
I think so. We'll see what Sam wants to do. I think with boards and all that. A whole lot. Or-
So at the end of the day, this one happened.
Yeah, so we'll do the. Yeah, I'll actually write down this Wi-Fi. On a piece of, maybe I'll write it on the whiteboard.
Okay, cool. Okay, I'm gonna go back to this healthy. Get on the news over there. So, yeah, no problem. You guys know how to reach me if you need me.
I do.
Yeah.
Hey, good to see you.
Since we have a thing too,
Yeah.
and it just happened yesterday at 4 o'clock, so.
Yeah.
Last show,
Great.
no flags to carry,
Yeah.
remember,
Yep.
Are you the post video or just?
I think, I think the thing and actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
I want to make sure, I want to check, that's why you need Karen.
Yeah, so I saw
We
that,
need to
right?
meet,
Yeah.
because you were looking.
Yeah.
We just hit yesterday, okay, you're on for the next 5 hours tomorrow. You betcha, let's do
Yeah.
it, so no, whatever you need.
Yeah, I think just providing your regular perspective to everything, I think that's the idea.
And actually, this one needs no voting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
so
just-
there'll be polling and we just aren't gonna be, poll, yeah.
Cool. I'm looking forward to working.
Yeah,
This is
likewise.
fine. Looking
Yeah.
forward.
This is my last chicken, so nobody's been busy. I'll be back here for like the next half hour just to provide whatever support we can.
Okay.
Login information. Did you kick that?
Yeah, I just got it, yeah.
Okay, all right, so I'll be here to hang out. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be
Perfect.
great. Good job.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey,
Where do you want me?
what's
Brian May.
Brian May, hey, finally, good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I have two, I wasn't sure who was gonna
Okay,
show up,
yeah.
so I have two blank cards over here. And yeah, so. We have a couple, we weren't sure who was all was gonna, where my place in the world. Yeah, they can go. Right? Very exciting, come together. The issue is I can't like but I don't know. And I could also just plug from the presentation. So we're gonna split on another platform. Yeah, and I have all the materials set up, saved already. Yeah.
Okay, let me grab that.
Greg is gonna get his laptop set up. Yeah, and if you want, Greg, you can drive. So I have- but everyone-
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for coming this afternoon. I appreciate it. My watch was minutes after 2:30. We have the agenda, we've got most of the work group. We have the board of commissioners and the short one facilitator. So Sam called me, let me know that he got stuck behind some kind of traffic incident on I-5. He's on 34 now, we're here in about 10 minutes. While we're waiting for Sam, I just want to say thank you very much. Darren Nichols, the Benton County Community Development Director. We have our board of commissioners here this afternoon. They will do a welcome once Sam arrives. And we'll start with a welcome, and Sam kick us off on the agenda, kind of lead us from there. While we're waiting, a couple pieces of logistics. First of all, the facilities, and them are right to the back of the room, help yourselves vote as you need. In front of you, work group members have 3 items. First of all, an agenda, hard copy agenda. This should be the same as the one that you received in an email. That will be your guide, I believe, for this afternoon. Behind that, you have the facilitator's initial observations. If you haven't had a chance to come through those, that would be a good place to start. Those are Sam's comments, kind of on the process to be able to walk us through those. Then you also should have a copy of the charter and bylaws. So I believe you've seen all these so far, just so you know what's in front of you. For members of the public that are joining us this afternoon, there are agendas and then packets. We did not print one for everyone probably because we didn't know how many people would be here. But there are packets out on the table outside. You're welcome to thumb through and see the same materials. And of course, all of these are available at the Benton County Talks Trash website at, you'll help me out with the address.
I don't have the address off the top of my mind, but it should be, I don't know the address off the top of my mind, but I can get it shared out.
Okay, thanks. We'll get that to you before the end.
Oh, it's on the agenda. Yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. So apparently there's a link on the agenda, and we will continue to use that site to post meeting minutes, other materials, and anything pertinent to the work group we posted there. So, having said that, take a few minutes to thumb through the materials. Give Sam another 6 or 8 minutes, and then we'll give the board a chance to talk to you. So thank you.
Mark? Yeah. Good to meet you in person. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna release the recording hopefully as soon as possible, probably tomorrow sometime. I don't know. I think I told him that I would travel here from his last house. Yeah. So I think I'm. For example, we're having. Yeah. What? Yeah. I know. I mean, we have a second table in here, actually.
Sam called this moment ago, say he was a few minutes away, he's getting close. He asked us to go ahead and start, so I'm going to just introduce the Benton County Chair, board chair, Nancy Wise, and Chair Wise, and some colleagues. And all that come up. And start with the introduction and.
Thank you. Everybody hear me okay? Perfect. I'm Nancy Wise, Commissioner and Chair of the Board. I just wanted to say welcome to everybody and express how thankful I am that all of you are here today and have taken on this big project. It's really important work and I really appreciate the time that you are willing to put in. So thank you. And this is Sandwich Row.
Good afternoon, San Jose Row Commissioner. And I too want to thank you all for taking the time, dedicating the time to this process. It is going to be a process. The issues that you are dealing with based on our charter are complex. It's never going to feel like there's enough time to really get through everything and deal with it all adequately. But I think it's most important just that all of you around the table really think about what's best for everyone in Benton County when it comes to these solid waste management issues. And that you approach everything with an open mind and with a willingness to listen to one another. Listen not only to the words, but what values people are expressing and how you might be able to find common ground and work from there. Just work from that common ground and then find the right direction to go. We are really looking forward to your recommendations. This work is very important to us. And I think that we will come up with a product, you will come up with a product working together that will help us a lot as we chart our future when it comes to solid waste management and the future of Landfill. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm back home, County Commissioner, finishing up my 4th year here. Nice to see all your smiling faces. You may notice that there's a lot going on in Benton County. In addition to our normal important activities, work with our health department or law enforcement, the justice system improvement project, which has been proceeding for several years, mostly quietly in the background, is as we speak, getting ready to be in the foreground. There's going to be a lot going on with that project in the next, hopefully, 2 or 3 years. The Talking Trash work group is embarking on the next phase of examining the future of solid waste in Benton County. This is an opportunity to help develop our strategy for handling our solid waste in Benton County now and into the future. And I hope that you will take the workshop charter and the 15 workshop participant commitments seriously. Consensus was used repeatedly in there, and that is the goal. And I'm looking forward to the work group recommendations at the end of the process. And, I appreciate the Benton County community takes the future of solid waste seriously, and I think it shows the importance that we attach to it by who's involved, Darren Nichols and the late Sam McMoran. Should be here at any moment. I think this group is in good hands. We're seeing what you come up with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Darren, we've had comments from a couple of people online that they can't hear very well. So when people are talking, please talk directly to the microphone.
Okay. The only thing I know about microphones is that you should hold them like a hot dog, not like an ice cream cup. So we will do our best to make sure that people online can hear. I believe that they're hearing us through the owl. Perhaps Steve, you're way too close. So just a little bit of process logistics. We've made this available publicly, and participants can see us through one of these two devices. This thing here on the top is a camera. It's a 360-degree camera that automatically adjusts to whoever is speaking. So it finds the sound and then points the camera there. So we're hopeful that using the two owls that you see, people who are joining us online will be able to see whoever is speaking. That's going to be a little bit of a challenge if we move this side, but I think the technology will keep up with us. The other thing I would say is, besides raising your voice, we will use the microphone if we need to. Okay. So just be prepared for that.
So one thing about the owl is if you're speaking through the microphone, it doesn't track you because your sound is not coming directly, it's coming through the PA. So as I'm watching how the owl tracks visually, it doesn't do a very good job honing in on the person who's speaking through the microphone. So that's a glitch to work on, but I guess the other thing to do to get the owl's attention is if you move. It also, so if you do a song and dance, I think you're really good.
All right. These sessions will also be recorded and available for anybody who is not able to attend to watch later, and those will be posted to the Benton County Talks Trash website. So if for some reason any of you work group members are not able to attend, or would like to review the past discussion, you're welcome to do that. Daniel, what other announcements? While we're waiting for the late Sam Imperati.
And did we already talk about the Wi-Fi?
Well, let's talk about the Wi-Fi. So I presume all of you have seen this, and you haven't. Here's the Wi-Fi network, BC Fairgrounds, and the password is Benton F4IR. That's capital BENTON, capital F, the number 4, and then lowercase IR. That should be challenging. You're not able to see that.
And that will likely be deleted or erased as the presentation from Sam gets started. So just try to jot it down if you need to, just in case it gets erased.
Okay, I think I've done. Any questions before we get started? Process or logistics? Questions?
We can meet here each time.
So that the question is, will we be meeting here? Has that been decided? I don't know, and I don't think it's been decided. So I think part of what Sam would like to hear from the work group is the time and dates that work best for the most of you. And then how does this space work for us? We erred on the side of a more inclusive space for this kickoff, in part to give us a sense for the level of community interest and make sure that we can be as comfortable and as safe as possible. Given that pandemic that we're all still living through. Good question. Other questions? Yes.
I was just wondering, I have not been able to get to the links.
I think I heard you say you're having trouble accessing the documents through the links on the website.
No, like Sam's report.
Oh, and Sam's report. Daniel?
Yeah, is that the links on the report draft or on the agenda? Okay, on the report draft. Okay, yeah, I will look into making sure that those links work. We'll definitely try to figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for raising that. We do our best, but sometimes we don't do things perfectly the first time. So thank you for letting us know. Did you want to get the Wi-Fi? One person says yes. I was able to get it to work. welcome, come on in. This is not Sam interrupting. Any other questions? Did we skip? I'm gonna leave that question for Sam. I haven't seen Sam, but it sounds like you might be calling me. Sam?
Wi-Fi on that board if you need that. We're getting started later. You're just in time. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My sincerest apologies. I left over 2 hours ago. The traffic was terrible and Google gave me some wrong directions. So my sincere apologies. We will be able to make up the time, but still give full opportunity for everyone to be heard. We have the agenda you have seen in the packets. We're first going to start off by being welcomed by our commissioners. So please come forward.
We got welcome.
You got welcomed. Oh, I thought they said that. So welcome away. So thank you. And that PowerPoint, how's that going? So for those of you online that are members of the work group, to be so kind as to show us your smiling faces so we know who's in the room. And we'll go around the room and start with introductions of folks. So we start with you, Brian, and you get to give us your name, your organization, your hopes for the process.
My name is Brian Fuller. I'm with Oregon BEQ.
I manage our hazardous waste and materials management program for our Western region. As part of that, we oversee the permitting of landfills. I hope to share with the group kind of what our process, regulations, requirements are. And then I hope to learn more about the land use process and concerns and issues that everyone else has. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Daniel Reddick. I work with Benton County in the Community Development Department. I am the County Solid Waste and Water Quality Program Coordinator. I'm one of the county's appointed work group members as an ex officio member. And I'm really just hoping to have really productive conversations with you all, and I'm looking forward to it.
Hello, I'm Christopher Mcmoran. I am just a member of the public. I live in Philomath. And I think ditto as far as goals and hopes and dreams, so.
And
here we are.
you're not just a member of the public.
I am proudly a member of the public.
There you go.
Yeah, I figured I'd walk over here to get y'all's attention. My name is Joel Geyer. I'm representing the Solid Waste Advisory Council, and I guess I'm a fully member. And my real hope for this, when it was first introduced by Darren to the county commissioners, he talked about us taking a holistic approach looking at sustainable materials management. And I'm really hoping that that becomes the main focus. I was really encouraged that Commissioner Odro mentioned that first before the other thing. So thank you.
Thanks, Joe. They say, who? My name is John Duell. I've been a citizen of Benton County since 2016. I reside in Pioneer Village outside of Wilmette. And I'm also representing Oregon State University nonprofit as recycling manager since 2016. What I hope for this process is to provide us with a good opportunity to listen to each other fairly and establish common understandings, to understand the facts and what is needed for Benton County to manage our materials resources in the most sustainable way possible. In this case, the process for reviewing landfill expansion process and long-term planning. And when I say sustainability, I mean economic, social, and environmental. And then I hope that the concerns and needs of traditionally underrepresented parts of our community are included, and to provide the citizens of this county and the elected officials here, the commissioners, with helpful guidance and recommendations.
Hi, I'm Catherine Duvall with the City of Corvallis. I work in the Economic Development Office, and I'm also the staff liaison to the city's Climate Action Advisory Board. Our advisory board is very interested in solid waste, and so that's one of the reasons that I am here. And I'm also hoping to be a part of productive conversation and have some good recommendation and process going forward for the commissioners.
Hi, my name is Louisa Shelby. I am a community member. I'm also a nurse. I work for Good Samaritan Hospital in Corvallis. I've lived here over 3 years and born in Oregon. And I'm also a Linfield grad student studying nurse leadership in the healthcare ecosystem, which increased my interest in environmental issues. So that's why I wanted to volunteer for this committee to help my community and learn more about that. As far as health, I think that these issues are very important, and having a healthcare provider a part of the process is very important. So I'm happy to be here. Hi, my name is Marge Pop, and I live in Southwest Corvallis. I'm a retired information systems consultant, and I have an MBA from UC Berkeley. I'm a member of the Benton County Solid Waste Advisory Council and a full member of this work group. I moved to Benton County because I love its natural beauty and the vibrant aspirations of its residents for an environmentally sound and sustainable future. Call me a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. In 2019, our community articulated and codified its values in the Benton County 2040 Thriving Communities Initiatives Statement of Core Values. My allotted time does not allow me to read this statement, but I brought copies for your perusal, and I'll leave them on the table in back of the room. I hope we will honor the aspirations of our residents and move to responsibly begin to craft a viable path from where we are today to a future that better reflects the high aspirations of our committed community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Parmigiani. I'm a member of the public, and I go to Corvallis High School. I hope to bring a young perspective to this work group, but also an educated perspective. And I also hope to hear and participate in productive conversation of this complex issue.
Hi, my name is Nancy Whitcomb. I'm a member of the Planning Commission. I'm a recent member of the Planning Commission. I'm a quasi-retired architect, and non-quasi-retired land use nerd. When I realized that the last adopted solid waste plan was adopted in 1977 and said that the landfill is going to close in the year 2000 and be replaced by a waste to energy facility, I thought this needs to be updated, and that's why I'm here.
Hello, hot dog, not ice cream, right? Hot dog. Hello, everyone. My name is Russ Naki. I lead the government and public affairs functions for public services based in Phoenix. Very pleased to be a part of this group. I am here to listen, learn, and hopefully explore some possibilities.
Hello, my name is Ryan McAllister. I'm the president of Girding Builders. We're a commercial general contractor in Benton County for 55 years. And I'm really excited to be here. And, you know, as I look, what do I see is I want to see us fulfill the scope and the charge that this has put in front of us as far as, you know, kind of remapping and getting a common understanding to move forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean McGuire. I am with Benton County. I'm an ex-officio member. If you see Scott Kruger on there, I am his replacement. So thank you. I'm here to looking forward to learn as a sustainability coordinator. I'm going to hear these words and actually looking at this holistically as a long-term process. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sean Edmonds. I work for Republic Services. I've been in the general manager role for the last 7 years. I live in Benton County, currently transitioning to a newer role, have some increased responsibility for Colorado and for Idaho. I'm a polling member and very happy to be here. Appreciate the invite. And like a lot of you, I'm really looking forward to just come in with an open mind, to listen, have respectful conversations, and hopefully just learn more.
Good afternoon, Brian May. I'm with Marion County. I'm the guest designee for Marion County. I'm the Environmental Services Division Manager for Marion County, and that involves all things solid waste. I've been in the industry, the solid waste industry in Oregon for over 30 years. So hope to help bring some education, my education, some experience, and definitely interested in this process.
Hello, I'm Shane Sanderson with Lynn County, the Marion County / Benton County equivalent. I have been back in solid waste for about 17 minutes from running the COVID response for Lynn County. I'm the environmental and public health program manager, division manager. So I am looking forward to participating in this process and backing out when it's purely Benton County discussions and inserting myself, welcome or not, when when it's time to talk, you know, regionally, community-wise, et cetera. So.
You promised to get both of you to do the exact.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome. I'm Gary Nichols, Benton County's Community Development Director. Very nice to see you all here. It's a thrill to see so much leadership and interest from our community. What I'm hoping we can do as a result of these discussions is harness that energy and that vision for our collective future. And as Nancy already alluded to, update that 1977 plan so that we have a legitimate strategy that works for us going forward.
Thank you. And Greg, why don't you introduce yourself as everyone knows who's here helping with notes?
Good afternoon, Greg Barrett, and I'm the Deputy Director of Community Development, and I am helping out with the process. Also, like Darren mentioned, really excited and grateful to see so many engaged, energetic, committed members of the community willing to spend so much of your time on this community issue. So thank you, and I look forward to the process.
Thank you, Greg. And we go to the next slide here. And by way of formal introductions, now that I've caught my breath, I can't hear you.
I think there are people on.
Oh, please. So I can see them now. So Liz, please introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Liz. I'm a Benton County Planning Commissioner. I'm here to help by listening, learning, and being a helpful part of this very important process. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ed?
Hi, my name's Ed Patera. I'm a resident, short-termer or timer really, just 4 years in the county. I'm very interested in the issues, particularly the conflict resolution and how we move forward. My background is in industrial processes, a fair bit of environmental cleanup remediation, risk assessment, community impact assessment. So I hope to bring some of those skills to the table to help us all move forward. Other than that, it's seconding everything everybody else has been saying. This is moving on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Is there any other member, a polling member of the work group, not alternates, that at this point will introduce you when you come to your first meeting? Any other member of the work group appearing virtually? Hearing none, thank you all for your introductions and willingness to participate. As I was saying, my name is Sam Mcmoran. I'm the executive director of a company called ICM Resolutions. We are a Northwest-based national provider of facilitation, mediation, and training services. I'm here on topic number 4 because of my amazing ability to perceive and state the obvious, and that's why are we here. All of you participated in the last CUP application process. As a result, there was a desire to do an assessment of that situation, which I did through the Oregon Consensus Program, which is housed at Portland State University, and is designed to help folks deal with difficult problems. That assessment resulted in a presentation to the board, who then adopted a charter, which has been sent to you and posted on the website, that lays out why we're here and how we're going to go about doing our business. And so that's why we are here today, is to start that process, not finish the project. And so let me say a few things about slide 5, review the major charter sections. So again, I want to emphasize that this is a bridge process. We all went through last year's issues and have different points of views on the good, the bad, and the different. And this process is designed to be an in-between spot, frankly, a reset, to see if we can work together collaboratively and to resolve our issues. It's designed to reset the current dynamics based on the development of common understandings. It's also designed to put together protocols for the board to consider moving forward for any substantive consideration. Our group is not a decision-making body. We have no authority to make a decision that has any legal impact. Our group is designed to make recommendations. Those recommendations are not binding on the actual decision makers. Closer to the mic. Okay. I've never been asked to do that. Usually people take away. They're not binding on the decision makers. Here, that's going to be the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners. And because it's a land use process, it appears that always constitutionally is required to involve LUBA, the Court of Appeals, the Supreme Court, and what have you. So it is, but it's helpful to inform the parties moving forward. One of the biggest themes that I heard during the assessment is that we didn't have enough information. The process, the timeline was rushed. Things were incomplete. We didn't have timely notice. All of those kinds of issues, and there's ambiguity in what various things meant. All those issues are designed to be resolved today. It is responsive to what folks indicated was missing from the last process. It is a beginning again. It is not the end. One of the concepts I heard as recently as yesterday was that this process is a mediation. This is not a mediation. A mediation is defined in Oregon law as a process where a neutral third party, here B, assists two or more people in resolving a controversy that often involves matters that are pre-litigation or in litigation. This is a facilitation. Mediations are confidential, they're off the record. Facilitations are open to the public and designed to explore versus debate. This work group is not charged with negotiating amongst ourselves potential conditions upon which the public can file an application for a new CUP surrounding an expansion and have that be a done deal and say, we are not here to mediate that particular issue. So I wanted to spell that for the jump because it's a quite different process and tone that gets set when we are mediating versus facilitating. So the next up on the issues to cover are the charge elements. You know them well, I'll be brief, is to develop that common understanding documents over which we will spend some time earlier today. It is a beginning, it is not the end of the process. Charge B or section B of the charge is looking at existing criteria and information requirements for land use review process of any potential expansion. That's the idea. It's responsive to folks' desires to have more information and know what kind of information and what qualifies as good information. So when I was a baby trial lawyer back in the late 70s, early 80s, I used to find an expert as anyone that lived more than 20 miles away and charged more than $100 an hour. And because you can find an expert that says the sky is falling, and the other side can find an expert that said no, the earth is rising. So concepts like that. What is quality information? What types of information do we need? Get a little more specificity. That's what the board has asked for. That's part of our charge. Section C of the charge is to scope the necessary tasks to start a long-term sustainable materials management plan process. And it is not to do that process. It is to scope out what are the necessary things that need to be done so that the county can launch that based on the feedback that we receive from our members here today. There are some additional topics that we're talking about that we will get to if we have time. And finally, there's a suggestion that there's a great need for the public to be educated and have access to the information they need to educate themselves and participate meaningfully in these processes. And that is charge F, subsection F, public facing document, community education campaign. So that's our charge. We are going to stick within the parameters of that charge. Again, we are not doing any sustainable materials management plans in this work group. We are not opining on the merits of any potential upcoming application for a CUP. Polling. How do we make recommendations? As it's outlined in the charter, I'm just trying to give you some of the highlights. Ministerial tasks, like should we break, or do you want to do this or that, or simply simple majority, take the pulse of the room and move on. It's, we look to Robert's rules, but it's really much more informal. I call it Bob's rules. We're just trying to get a sense of what would work mechanically for the group. But when it comes time to actually making meaningful recommendations, we have a polling system. It's not a voting system. It's called purposely polling. Because at the end of the day, our work group charge is to issue a report that's going to go to the Board of Commissioners, and it's going to outline, this is, I'm sorry, I have apparently my auto warranty had expired, so I need to take those. We'll put together a report that fairly and clearly outlines the deliverables in your deliberations surrounding them. We will poll on issues, so I'll make a proposition. And you will be asked to express your opinion using this 1, 2, 3 method. So for instance, let's say there was an opportunity for a poll that said the Benton County Talks Trash work group members are the most intelligent and good-looking and reasonable people in the history of any committee. You would vote 1 if you fully support that proposition and agree with it as stated. You would vote 2 if you generally support it, but you would like to modify it in in a slight way in hopes that your colleagues would agree with that. And if they agreed with that, you would change your vote from a 2 to a 1. So for instance, they might add other words like athletic to the descriptor of the work group members would have. But nonetheless, you'll support the consensus even if your modifications are not supported by the rest of the group. And you will vote a 3 if that simply is not something that you can live with. And if every member of the work group votes a 1 or a 2, so everyone votes 1 or 2, that will be reported as a consensus decision. Your names, how you polled, 1, 2, or 3, will be recorded along with the item you polled upon. For those of you who voted a 3 or were in the minority, you will have the opportunity to put your alternative proposal that did not get the full support of the work group on the record and in the report. And everyone will have an opportunity at the end of the process in our final report to tell the board and the broader community anything you want to about the process, about the merits of the whole report, about the merits or demerits of part of the report. So we are thinking of ourselves as a group designed to bring people of good faith together, get with expertise to form a set of opinions that those who are not intimately involved in the process have access to a report that if they read, they will have a much better understanding of what the issues are and what is the path forward going forward for this kind of solid waste management issues. So that's the point. We'll test it out here in a few more minutes to see how that works and get into the rhythm of doing that. The board was very specific about providing us with guiding principles to not only set the tone for the process, but to also set the tone for purposes of the positive benefits going forward. So the goal is to make recommendations in the best interest of the Benton County community at large. That language was intentionally picked. And yes, you're all here in a personal and or representative capacity. And yes, we encourage you to provide your perspectives in that capacity. The board is basically saying, please look at these issues for broader than just your individual interests in the organizations you represent, but look at it as they must from the best interest of all the residents of Benton County. Many of you have heard of my great uncle Pareto. He has this concept called Pareto efficiency. And basically it's the ideal conceptual situation where no further improvements in community's well-being can be made through a reallocation of resources. That makes at least one part of the community better off without making another worse off. So this is that goal, we call it going to northeast from your direct, going to northeast, always looking to improve all sides, all participants in the transaction. And then finally, to look at a cost benefit or benefit cost factors, recommendations to consider the maximization of benefits and the reduction of costs. This also includes unintended consequences and concerns about people that aren't at the table to make sure that the concept of first do no harm is lived out and as part of our day in, day out deliberations. Public officials and disclosures of conflicts of interest under the Oregon's public meetings and public records laws. This process is be treated as such, and you have obligations as public officials surrounding conflicts of interest and the declaration thereof. By definition, you are all picked because you have interest in these issues. And as we get into the substantive conversation surrounding this, we will spend some more time dealing with that. While I am a lawyer, I can't give you legal advice, but the board code 3.025 has some guidance for you, and the Oregon government ethics law is hyperlinked in your materials. You can look at them online. We'll give you some immediate guidance of how that is going to be looked at and complied with. So that is a quick and dirty summary of the key points of moving forward. And what I want to do now, this is calling it out because we're back on schedule here, is I want to give any member of the work group an opportunity to ask a question, make a comment, make a suggestion for improvement based on the slides that you have covered so far. So how we're going to do that mechanically, it's because the room is big, it's hard to scan all of you, and I'll try to be fair and calling on people in the order they raise their hand, is that if you want to get into the queue, simply take your name tag and go like that. And that way I will see how many people have their cards up and have an opportunity then to allocate the time. So I don't mean to put you on the spot, you're required to do it if you want to. I will give it to you. So anyone have any comments, observations, suggestions before we move on? Just put your tent up and I'll call. Yes, sir. I'll come and give you the mic. Take it away, John.
I think I like the polling. I've had some use of that before, but I'm trying to remember how, if we don't have enough information, if we feel like there's something missing, how do we go about that?
I guess I can't. So in the event that members don't feel there's sufficient information, I probably won't call the official poll. In the prior conversation leading up to the poll, you will express, hey, I think we need document A or B or something more on this. If your colleagues agree with that, we would probably kick it over to the next meeting and go for and get that particular information. There's an opportunity to abstain. If that information is so critical to an informed decision, you could go to 3 and say, you know, without this information, I don't feel adequately prepared to make a recommendation that's in the best interest of the community. So I'm voting a 3, and we'll do what we can to get you that information and move forward. Anyone else? Good in the order. All right. What I think we will do now, given the fact that you're also efficient and helpful moving forward, we will take a quick 5-minute break and come back and rejuvenate, get moving, and meanwhile hand out some tent cards.
The issue with the mic is that the owl gets audio based on it's not doing a great job getting audio from yeah, so just press pause. No, it doesn't have to be close to that, but the louder I think the speakers are just like a little too far. I think they pick up very clearly, so it's fun. Focus on the computer or having a time.
All right, so, thank you. So Brian is ex officio. So all the, ex officio get them. And then rather. With the laptop in the middle, so I don't have to get those back.
Is there another table around?
We can just get a big yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, and both of these mics are pretty good.
Yeah.
went into yes. Okay. Okay. No password. There you go.
Put that up there.
I think, let me make sure it's the right Troy. Send you off. Yeah, BC, yes.
Hey everyone, for anybody who's having trouble with the Wi-Fi, apparently BC gets Wi-Fi also works for some people, so just want to let you know, give that a try, there's no password for that one. Just press the button and hold it for a second. Or will it the screen?
2-minute warning, folks, 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. 30-second warning, folks, 30 seconds. All right, welcome back, and thank you for being so great. So what you have in front of you are 3 cards: the green for 1, the yellow for 2, and red for 3. So when we get to a polling question, if you just put whatever card best reflects your point of view in that stand, and we will be calling the roll, especially with people that are attending virtually. They don't have these cards obviously in front of them, but they can put it into the chapter box, so we will be specifically calling the roll. They are there for this particular process. One part of this process design based on talking to the commissioners was the need for one table. And that is just a shorthand phrase to set up a dynamic where all of the communications involving this particular process go through to everyone simultaneously. That's why we have the project website that has its own email, and we encourage public comment, but also members of the work group to send their comments there with the copy to me. So everyone is communicating in real time. I think from talking to folks about the last process, it seemed that there was a lot of things that happened in and around and off the record that may well have had a negative impact on the quality of the process, regardless of the decision we had to decisions you liked or didn't like. So the design here is in fact to model transparent communication and share with your colleagues any information that you think is important. And part of that process is the desire here to work collaboratively. This is again an exploration, not a debate. And these processes traditionally start off with a collaboration training. Be very brief and to the point. But let me just talk a little bit about conflict and conflict resolution from a facilitator's perspective. As I mentioned, I'm a lawyer by training. I've represented labor unions and their members. I then was Nike's trial lawyer and did their litigation. I then served on the bench as a part-time judge for 5 years in Multnomah County, and that's where I had my epiphany du jour. There had to be a better way to manage conflict than the traditional adversarial system. A third of the time I loved it and thought I was making ever so small a contribution. A third of the time I was in a coma out of the board of the tedium and monotony of the slow process. And a third of the time I was apoplectic at the jerk-like behavior of the colleagues, my colleague trial attorneys, trying to manipulate me and or the jury. So I became a mediator in 1992 and I've been doing that since. So we talk about basically the need to have an exploration versus debate. So what does conflict look like at the core level? Is when someone insists that they are right and you are ignorant what are wrong. And it's so easy to see that when others' behavior is consistent with provoking a conflict, and much more challenging to see it in our own behavior. But when someone insists that they are right and you are wrong, what happens, it leads to this attack justified blame spiral. So person A says their truth with or without snark. The recipient of that believes they're under attack, correctly or incorrectly, then justifies their own behavior and responds accordingly with their own truth, be it accurate or not, and their own degree of snark, and blames the other person for starting the problem. And then the person who spoke first, doesn't necessarily mean they started the problem, then sees that as an attack, justifies their own behavior, turns around and blames the opponent. We get into this vicious cycle of attack, justify, blame. Oftentimes this leads to impasse, and the typical impasse looks like this. I'm not settling, it's a matter of principle, that's my bottom line. And we polarize and entrench, and it becomes almost impossible to explore the issues because we're on default debate, a particular note. So let's see if I can bring this this concept to light here. I promise it's not a trust fall, or group hugs, or anything like that. But I'd like all of you, including the audience, if you're so inclined, obviously it's a voluntary activity, but if you would just please stand and push in your chairs and find a partner and face that partner about 6 feet apart or whatever you're comfortable with in the COVID situation. Just use its quick exercise. So pairs of two, face each other, and thanks for getting halfway down. We need a partner over here, so Darren, could you please come over here? I need you to join. And why don't you come over there? They're all paired up. So here's the dynamic in real life. This particular conflict you're now amazingly in is between whose side of the line you two should be on. If you look down on the concrete there's a line halfway between you and that Yahoo. If you were to win this argument, if you're to prevail, if you are to come out victorious, you've got to convince that Yahoo to cross over to your side of the line. You can say or do anything you want to convince them to come over, but you can't reach over and pull them over to your side. But if you're gonna win, you gotta convince them that you are right, they are wrong, and that will be displayed by you getting them to cross over your side of the line. You have 30 seconds. Ready? Argue. All right, freeze, it's over, it's over. Let go, this is only an exercise, it's not real life. Let go, you did such a good job. Have a seat. How many of you convinced your loyal opposition to cross over to your side of the line? Every stay still. How many of you convinced your opponent to cross over to your side of the line, but you didn't move? Anyone? What arguments did you try that did not work? What arguments did you try that did not work? Yes, Marge?
I think we did it.
You crossed the line, both of you? You met in the middle. Oh, okay, but is that a compromise where everyone walks away equally unhappy? Dance with me just for a minute. Good, then that's fine, you're happy. Okay. What are some of the arguments you tried that did not work? Christopher?
I said the bathrooms were on my side of the line, so if you ever, needed to use that.
Good.
Joel saying it's closer to the food.
Joel had access to the food, it was going to block you, but you guys tried, it didn't work.
Well, you know, you just discussed. You were asking me to look back and more. Someone have more to do this by crossing.
Ah, okay, good. What did you guys try? You tried illegal bribery. Okay, what did you guys try?
We just stared at each other and didn't work out very well.
Okay. Dare I say typical man or not? What did you try that didn't work?
Well, I immediately conceded that this side was actually
All right. So there you have it. Yeah. So what's the moral of this story? What did you guys do, Nancy? What did you guys do?
I said, let's switch places and it took me 5 seconds.
Okay. Work for you?
That's right, yeah, there's no reason to disagree.
So think about it for a moment. Those of you who didn't just immediately switch sides like Nancy and Russ did, basically wanted to win. Okay? And it's that argument, attack, justify, blame sort of issue. I said, if you were to win, you had to convince your opponent to come over to your side of the line. I never said you would lose if you crossed over to their side of the line. But part of the process when we engage in this attack, justify, blame spiral is the assumption that the only way for us to win is for our opponent to lose. That's a debate. That's a mediation. Okay. That is not what we're doing. We're designed today to see if there's a way everyone can. Is it easy? No. Does it take patience and kindness and understanding and recognizing each other's inherent human fallibilities? Yes. Will it be a roller coaster? Yes. But the overwhelming majority of these processes come up with positive results. So you're going to hear me use some language which you're free to accept or reject. This is called the anatomy of a conflict. And the analogy here is that people in conflict are a lot like two icebergs. At the top of the iceberg are each side's positions. And what's a position? It's what each side wants, what they believe is the only one true, correct option for the parties to consider. Party A says, you cross over to my side of the line. Party B says, no, but I like your theme, you cross over to my side. Because this is America and every position comes with argument, what we do next is state our position and come up with arguments, which are statements about facts, politics, laws, policies that favor our position. I say my position and my arguments, you respond with yours, and eventually goes down to, oh, yeah, yeah. The goal here is to dive below this waterline of adversarial banter, where we're just being positional and argumentative, and see what's below the surface. We call those things interests in our trade. The things that must be satisfied to achieve a durable solution. They may be your values. They may be your principles. They may be your core needs. Together we call them interests. The goal is to listen to party A's, party B's, and find out what they have in common. And from those common interests, brainstorm solutions, explore, and negotiate a resolution. That's the difference. A mediation or a debate is only above this waterline, position and arguments. If we decide to play only above the waterline, we're not going to get to a resolution. If we take a leap of faith, and I understand it to be a leap of faith that only you can decide if you want to make, we can dive below that waterline and find out what's really the motivation. We can check our assumptions. We can sit at one table and explore what we have in common and go forward. That's how this process is designed. That's the underlying architecture. I appreciate that a lot of that falls under the category of duh, but I will tell you from first-hand experience, that when you're in the throes of conflict yourself, it's hard to keep that in mind. So what are the 4 steps that we are following? First, to state the problem. That's position and arguments. Second, explore the real issues. 3, develop the solutions, and then, only then, negotiate a resolution. When you go to judge school, you learn that a good, quote, settlement, unquote, both sides walk away equally unhappy. That's the sort of saw that it's expressed. When you go to facilitator school, your goal is not just settlement, where you can check off a box and close the case. It's a resolution. A resolution is when both sides, or all sides in this case, walk away with their underlying business and personal needs reasonably satisfied. The process is tough on the problem, but softer on the people. Again, exploration, exploration, exploration. Finally, at the end of the day, don't forget ethics, because we're all in this together. And don't forget the effective use of humor, which is designed to dissipate tension and see if we can look at each other as people worthy of trust and respect. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to do that, and hopefully use some common vocabulary and words. So what we're going to do next is public comment. And Daniel, Greg, do we have a specific spot or microphone, or you just want to give a microphone to people there? So let me get take a pulse of how many people we want to comment, and then I'll first ask the people that are in the room, and then I'm going to ask the people that are online, and we can figure out at times. How many people in the room would like to give public comment? You just raise your hand so I get an idea. So 1, 2, 3, 4 in the room, 5 in the room. Okay, and then online, is there anyone online that would like to make a public comment? And we have Ken, that's 6. Anyone else just put it in the chat? So we have 6. So just to give a little extra credit, in case someone wants to come on and do it, why don't we start off with you have a 4-minute opportunity to speak to the work group. And then if we have little people come on online and I haven't counted, we'll have another opportunity for them. That's your, yes, Nancy.
I've heard that people are not hearing it well.
So did you hear Nancy kind of that audio thing? So tell me more about what we can do. Is it me having to have this thing literally in my mouth? Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'll do the best I can to do that. So people who are speaking, I guess you just have to have this literally right up here to do that, which is a little annoying, but we'll do what we can to deserve to be able to hear we deserve to hear that. So Greg, why don't we start with this gentleman over there might be and just ask you to please introduce yourself and any affiliation and take it away. You have full access to the work group.
Hi, my name is pioinfo. I live in Sept Valley, so I live in the neighborhood of the landfill. It's not in my backyard, but it's close by. Daniel, I wondered if you can put up that slide that I sent yesterday.
We weren't able to do the visuals during the comments, but if we can include it in upcoming meeting packet.
All right, so hopefully at some point in your meeting packet, the plot I'd like to talk about is the plot of the landfill volume intake on an annual basis over time. And what you'll see is 30 some odd years ago, it was fairly low on the order of 200,000 tons a year. Back in 2016 to 2017, it took a huge leap up, about a 73% increase. And we're currently running at about 1.1 million tons a year. And so I realize there are a lot of different points of view in the room from folks from the public services side. That probably looks like a great graph. It's up and to the right, just what everyone wants to see. To those of us that live out in the county, though, close to this landfill, it's a bit of a frightening kind of curve because right now when we drive down Soap Creek Road, you can look at the quarry and it's this huge volume of available space that's yet to be filled with trash. So we know that's coming. The existing mountain of garbage is already formidable. We're unsure what's in the landfill exactly. This is not an indictment of Republic Services, it's just the nature of the landfill. And so what I'd like everyone, as part of this work group, to keep in mind is this is a large volume. It's a huge operation right now. 1.1 million tons a year means we're running about 7 million pounds a day for 6 days a week of garbage coming into the county. And from my perspective, it seems like we have a large problem that's getting worse. I understand if you consider that from a profitability standpoint, it might look like things are getting bigger and better. But the basic facts of the volume of a landfill and what it means to the surrounding county, I think is worthy of consideration and should be kind of part of the fundamental basis that this work group considers. There's another aspect to this too, and that is given the volumes we're running right now, even a 5 million cubic yard expansion would be gone in 4 or 5 years. And for those of us that live out there, that's a huge expansion. So it seems like a real challenge to try to find a way forward that will satisfy the profit motivations of the business, essentially the business actually, Republic Services, relative to trying to minimize the risk and the impact and the damage on the surrounding county. That's it.
Thank you. Why don't you just go back with the microphone and give it to the next person? Someone raise your hand. I'd like to go next. Here we go.
Thank you. Mark Hankels, I'm a citizen of Benton County. I don't live in Soap Creek, I don't live immediately close, but I drive past the dump every day as I go up to work at Monmouth. And basically, I didn't have a chance to, I'm glad the process is going on. I wish it was more public because I found out by this through an email, even though I had made comments earlier in the planning process, and I assumed I'd be informed about it. But we'll set that aside. My concerns are just what I see with my own eyes in terms of truck traffic, in terms of not always the trucks, generally I know try to do well, but there are times when the road, along a dirt road, the trucks are leaking liquids as they move from one part of the facility to another. And the main thing that I see going on now that concerns me is just that this is not about our region or our community. And I know there's a Supreme Court case out there that says you can't differentiate between what's local and what's not, but when only 7% from Benton County itself, you gotta just wonder, well, is the price of it? We're talking about Pareto efficiency here. Well, Pareto efficiency would say no one gets harmed, and people are getting harmed, I can tell you. I know people who would absolutely use that road cutting across. I use that road cutting across probably about 15 times a year. And so it isn't Pareto efficiency. Maybe you want to go at Calder Hicks. And if you want to go at Calder Hicks efficiency, well, great, but the compensation ought to be a lot more than the county's getting. But fundamentally, what I want to say is it's a region, we owe it to our region to take care of our problems. We have to take responsibilities for ourselves and our waste. I get that. But when we're only 7% in Benton County, then we can throw in land, maybe pulp, I can see that happening. But if it still turns out to be a tiny percentage, I think you have to ask, is this really solving any problem? So it forces us maybe to be more efficient, but for other places which have a lot more money than we do, where they're dumping ground. We're not helping anybody in the long term on the earth with solid waste disposal when we open ourselves up as much as this will. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give it to the next person.
Thank you, Mark. My name is Mark Yeager, and I am a member of the Solid Waste Advisory Council. I'm also an environmental engineer by training and registered as a professional civil and environmental engineer in Oregon. And I guess I have so many thoughts about this whole process, but I want to first start by talking about my concern that this process seems to be primarily focused on land use issues. When Sam sent out his allocation of time as part of his survey monkey to the work group, the bulk of the time was going to be spent on clarifying and providing guidelines for evaluating the criteria associated with the next landfill expansion. And so I'm a little concerned that the process, which I thought this was going to be focused on, which is the process of developing a long-term materials management plan for Benton County, seems to be de-emphasized, and the emphasis is now on the land use aspects of a future expansion proposal. That seems backward to me. We've been talking about all these little comments and things. If you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. And at this point, when we think about long-term materials management for Benton County and for the region, we have to be thinking through all of the options. And all of the options include the fact that, yes, we're going to continue to generate garbage, but we need to be changing our mindset that that's all we're worried about is where are we going to put our garbage. So there's less emphasis. I know that Republic prides itself on being a vertically integrated company, which means that they make money when they pick up your garbage at home. They make money when they put garbage in the landfill. There's no incentive for Republic Services, or maybe any garbage hauler that's vertically integrated, to focus on reduction of waste. The other piece I would like to say is that, when you look at the options that are available for managing waste, landfills are the worst option possible. There is a I guess you would call it an inverted pyramid on the DEQ land quality website, which shows the bottom of the list. The very worst thing to do is to put garbage into a landfill. And it's worse yet that we're putting garbage into a landfill in Western Oregon, where we have a large volume of rainfall every year, which helps to generate methane, helps to generate leachate, which is a toxic stew that comes out of the bottom of the landfill. All of these things are concerns that are associated with landfilling in general. But to get back to my main point is that the emphasis of this work group, I believe, should be focused on developing a long-term strategy And then figuring out where landfills fit into that strategy and where this particular landfill fits into that strategy. Okay, so I appreciate your willingness to volunteer. This is a very important topic for Benton County and for the region. And I urge you to be having the focus of the long term as your priority rather than a short-term response. The other piece of the puzzle here is I'm also super concerned about why we're compressing this all into such a very short time frame and having it's just going to be a cursory discussion about what the long-term needs are. And I think it's primarily focused on the land use issues, and I'm really concerned about that. So thank you very much. Good luck.
Thanks, Mark. Can you give it to our next member of the public? Thanks very much.
Hi, I'm Camille Hall, and I live out in Lewisburg. I drive past the landfill several times a week. I was out there 30 years ago with a group of third graders. And, you know, at the time, where public service was kind of cutting edge. And I thought, you know, we're really on the right track. And it just seems like things have really stalled and the mountain of garbage is growing by leaps and bounds. And we're really at this rate and with the same focus continued on to the future, we will not stop expanding that landfill. There is no end. So my concern is we have a lot of partners. We have a lot of people outside our region that we need to have some agreement with about what goes in our landfill. And we have to find some way to curb the volume of waste that is arriving daily.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, yeah, my name is John Sarna. I live over in Philomath, so I'm only on the periphery of this issue, but I did want to give you a perspective. I have green environmental science engineering, and I'm also a civil engineer working in worked for 30 years in civil engineering. So I just like to give you a perspective on this, the way I see it from from an aerial view from 1,000 feet up, and that is I look at this as a tragedy of the commons. The commons is the Benton County and the landfill over there. And I've been reading the paper on this. I'm basically just going from when I read the paper and attending several solid waste council meetings. But it's a tragedy of the commons. The commons of Benton County, there's a lot of trash coming in from other places. When you have a tragedy of the commons like this, and basically, I guess everybody understands what tragedy of the commons is, I assume. But when you have tragedy of the commons, there's basically only a few ways to address those. One is regulation. I don't particularly agree with regulation. I think that's the best way I think that I've learned from experience is how to address these things, what's called internalizing externalities. And basically what you do when you do that is the people who are affected the most are, get some more benefit, and the people who are, by the landfill being there, the people from far away, basically so what I'm suggesting is that long term, get the people who are far away in other counties, make them pay more. I don't know how feasible this is, but I would say, you make them pay more as, and the people in Benton County pay less, and the people who are near the landfill pay the least because they are suffering the most from having this here. So that is my perspective on it.
Thank you. And last call for anyone in the audience that wants to speak. And I'm going to turn it over to folks. So I know I had Joel, I assume you know Ken, and is there any other member online that wants to speak? Put a comment in the chat, and the staff will let me know. So Ken, I'm going to turn it over to you, so take it away.
Okay, great. Can you hear me just fine?
Yeah.
Okay, super. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Ken Eklund. I'm a resident of North Benton County. I'm also on the Solid Waste Advisory Council and the Disposal Site Advisory Committee. Gee, I'm old enough to remember back when this work group was going to explore the future of solid waste management in Benton County. The future of solid waste disposal, including the landfill, is what the initial charter said. But looking at what tasks have been set before the work group and how the facilitator proposes to schedule its time, boy, those days seem to be long gone. Seems to me that any discussion of the county's options for the future of solid waste management has been surgically removed from the agenda. You can see this yourself by taking the Common Understandings document prepared by the county and just doing a simple search on it. Just search for the word future. Nothing comes up beyond terms like future expansion and future litigation. There's nothing forward-looking at all. There's nothing to even suggest that landfilling has its problems and that alternatives are available. Landfilling is not the future of solid waste management, as Mark Yeager just pointed out. Landfilling is a way to avoid the future of solid waste management. It's a way to kick the trash can down the road to avoid thinking about it in a new way. And it's a dead end. It's obsolete technology. We don't heat our homes with coal anymore, and neither should we be landfilling our garbage. So work group members, look at the agenda, look at the Common Understandings document. They're all about the past. There's nothing in there about the future. No vision, no values, no sense making, nothing. Don't accept this. I imagine you've also seen that this Common Understandings document has very few commonly understood things in it. It's so uncommon as to be pretty much impenetrable to the average human being. In particular, it has nothing helpful in it when the work group gets to task C, the Sustainable Materials Management Plan. And to the purpose of task C, which is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the people of Benton County, which is a much different charge, a very different charge than navigating the legalities of land uses such as landfills. Something can be legal, but still be very unhealthy. So back to the main point. What has happened to the original goal of this endeavor, this entire endeavor, which was to explore the future of solid waste management in Benton County? Why have possible futures besides landfilling and beyond landfilling been left out of this work group's purview? As Mark Yeager said, these visions are absolutely vital if we're to move in the right direction. I heard many work group members say that they're here precisely to explore those hopeful futures. I hope that you speak up and insist that future and common understandings about our solid waste future be reinstated as a top line goal of this work group. You have that power to reinstate that. And so I'm here to answer questions live or in the chat. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Any other folks on the phone or on the web that would like to make a public comment? If there is, just chime in, unmute yourself, show us your picture,
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Please identify yourself and take it away.
This is Chuck Gilbert, member of the community. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Please.
Thank you. I would just like to step back for just one moment and look at the landfill as a potential battery. A battery has storage for energy. And if it's not in the right type of energy, it can be easily converted. For instance, let's say the battery, if it's not used right away, it will deteriorate and change into leachate and other type of components that are not vital for a potential energy. So if we look at it as the landfill on a three-legged stool consisting of a dam and another leg of the stool as a potential to convert it to energy, and then the other stool is that energy is sustainable energy, a green energy. In other words, we're recovering it. So to put it in perspective, 1 ton of solid waste energy conversion is approximately 60 gallons of fuel. So I just want to be short in my comments to say that although the landfill may not be the best energy conversion, nor is the burner at Salem might not be the best energy conversion, but there are technologies coming out now on the board, such as plasma gasification, that has good conversion of solid waste or refuse to go into another energy, whether that be hydrogen or the other type of fuel. So again, my idea is the landfill might be not the best, but it is an asset if we govern it correctly and use it correctly to benefit the citizens as well as the regional counties until we come up with a better solution, such as energy conversion that can use solar for helping converting it. So there's a lot of technologies coming out now in a commercialized environment that I hope the board will be able to look at as an alternative and a future solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Last call for anyone on the phone or online that would like to make a public comment.
Yeah. Since the published agenda says public will start at 4:30, if someone shows up or
We're going to have, give them the opportunity. So the question for Catherine is a good one, is that we are ahead of schedule and people may not be joining us until 4:30. So what I think we're going to do after this round is continue on for our next agenda item, and then at 4:30, call your question again, especially for people online, and obviously someone shows up here too to do that. Does that make sense to everyone? Any thumbs up that makes sense to do that? That's only fair. All right, last call, anyone in the audience? Okay, thank you. So a couple things that I think will help move us forward is to jump to agenda item 10, which is we're calling triaging the charge element. So we had two thoughtful public comments about the weight going forward. And so one of the poll questions in the survey that went out asked about that. And it basically said, we've got these 5 charges, common understandings, landfill expansion, scoping, long-term sustainable materials management, additional topics, and community education. And the charge was to, you had 100 coins, you can allocate them between those 5 items. And the results of that survey were sent out and appear here on the screen. And I differentiated between the input from polling members and ex officio members. And basically these are the average of the work. So some of you voted higher or lower on these particular topics, but it's a place to start, not to end the discussion. It came out that if we accepted the average of all the people who completed the survey, we would spend about 24% on common understandings, about 29% on the landfill expansion, about 34% on scoping the long-term process, and that's the highest of the scores. And then additional topics about 7, and community education about 8. You can see the ex officio members that there's only 2 because we had some changes. Had their allocation, and that's below. But so the ex officio members are here to give feedback and advice, but at the end of the day, it's you all the polling members that get to decide. The charter, I promise to get to March in about 30 seconds. Thank you. The charter I wrote specifically to say that
this is a start for these particular topics, and that you all have the ability with concurrence of staff to reallocate those particular 5 subjects. And so that's the point of the conversation right now, is to have that particular conversation. So again, to remind you, if you want to get the queue, just raise your name, Temps. And so right now I have Marge and Nancy in that order to comment, and then Joel. So it's Marge, Nancy, Joel, is the order I see it. So take it away, Marge.
Hi. Can I ask who the ex officio members are? Because we know who the polling members are, just by virtual.
So on, if I can, this is not my laptop, and I don't know if this can be pulled up, but the charter, in the charter, and if you happen to have that handy, we'll see if we can get it on the screen, if someone can, from the tech side, can show that.
It's on page 4 of the charter.
It's on page 4 of the charter. There's a grid or a table, and you will see everyone's names, and it should say if they're polling or not polling, an ex officio. That should give you a quick list. And for those of you who are on the phone or virtually, this is linked. The charter is linked on the project website, and so you can see page 4 of the chart. Does that help, Mark?
Yes, except that there are 5 ex officio members listed here, but only 2 voted.
That's correct. So because the 2 ex officio members were replaced here, or probably brought on board in the last 36 hours. So they didn't have an opportunity to take the survey. And then one person had a scheduling conflict and resigned, and that's, I think,
So it was basically Benton County staff who voted to place more emphasis on landfill, on landfill CUP issues.
I did not do that kind of research. They can certainly speak for themselves. I just took raw data because it's not a vote. It's just simply to give you the pulse of the room based on, even before we have a discussion. But by process of elimination, process of elimination, it had to be at least one Benton County staff person, because there were 2. I think Nancy's up next, and then Joel here.
Yeah, Sam, a couple of things. First of all, I think it's inappropriate for you to put suggested percentages in when you're sending these surveys out. I think that human nature tends to hew to what is already there. And so I think that was a mistake. And the second thing is, I think we should retake that survey at the end of this meeting where people know what the things are, which they didn't initially when they were filling that out.
Okay. And Joel's up next.
Yeah, my comment was really similar to what Nancy said, and I wanted to ask if, Sam, if you could put up the actual numbers that you prompted us with, because there's a lot of data that shows when you give people numbers to start with, they're not going to shift too much from those numbers. But even considering that, I think there was a pretty radical shift here that shows the group really wants to work more on the SMMP. That's my comment.
And let's go online to get members who are online. Ed, any comments on this topic from you?
Yeah, I looked at it closely. I guess I'm concerned about having a common understanding that we all have agreed to facts to be able to move forward from. So I keep that a bit higher than a quarter of the time. The landfill expansion part of it, that has immediacy to me. If that doesn't work, I'm not sure what's going to happen. But I have one of these nightmare scenarios of things not going well for either the community or the companies. So I'd put that a little higher. The C, I kept it a little bit lower because I was reading it as not to explore all the different approaches, but really to highlight it and give an outline, not to develop it, but really to set up a situation where others can develop it. In the last time, the add topics, I think those will follow. They're about the same. The E, the community outreach, 8%. I like numbers, so I did what's 2% and what's 8% of the time allotted. The 8 meetings, 4 hours a meeting. I thought in a half hour, 45 minutes, we could kind of agree that we need to have community outreach or not. Going to 2 hours on that, I'm just looking at time. Again, I'm pressed by physical actions and more concerned about the folks that live around the landfill and making sure they know what they're dealing with. So that's kind of where I am. I hope that's helpful.
It is, thank you, Ed. So I'll give you the backstory. So the charge and the work plan specifically says on page 6, the committee will meet according to the draft work plan outlined below, which is subject to change. So it was very intentionally drafted for something to push back against. The numbers that appeared in the survey, which I don't have access to, but I will after the break or during the break, didn't show up, took the draft work plan that appeared on page 6 and 7 and allocated those 5 topics by that, what is in there now, to give a point of reference. Because in addition to those 5 topics, there are other things we need to do and spend time on, like public comment, like drafting the report, like coming together and setting the stage for the process in this meeting today. So that decision was made, correct or incorrect, to show what the status quo has so that you can then decide how you want to allocate the key topics. I'm happy to do another poll that will probably maybe be able to go out tomorrow, but for certainly over the weekend, that asks, this puts in a vacuum those 5 topics, recognizing that those 5 topics are not the entire meeting time. The entire meeting time right now is 32 hours, 8 4-hour meetings, but that includes 6 other than that. So Nancy has your credit. So that's another great protocol. So if you finish your comment, put it down, and you want to get back in the queue, put it back up, and then I'll know that that you have a follow-up. So Nancy, take it away.
Yeah, so as somebody who's on the planning commission, although has not been on the planning commission very long, so I'm very concerned about the process for clarifying conditional use permit conditions as they were described in the charter. I'm concerned that they are illegal. And whereas I am all for advising the board on how to include an update of chapter 77, which is for those of you who are less of land nerds, use nerds than I am, that's the chapter that covers the landfill. And for and chapter 60, which is the Forest Conservation District, and chapter 53, which is the conditional use permit overreaching district. I think that it would be very helpful to have those updated, because like the 1977 solid waste management plan, those were put in place in 1983, and as far as I can tell, they've only gathered dust since. And especially because there's been a lot of technology increases since 1983, and it wasn't done very well in the first place. Like, for example, there are no setbacks, there's no parking requirement. This is a land use nerdy thing, so just ignore me. So any time that is slated for, I'm not sure people understand the distinction between firming up the code for the future and whatever this onrushing conditional use permit train is that's heading toward us on the tracks. I do not think there is any time to do anything that's meaningful for the latter, for some incipient conditional use permit for an incipient expansion. And I think that work that might be done on that could easily backfire. I do think that it is vitally important for us to take a look at the code. And if I haven't explained myself adequately, come and talk to me after the meeting. I'm not going to take up any more of your time.
So let me just make a couple comments on the category for what it's worth. So as I mentioned earlier, it says the work group with concurrence county staff will prioritize the following topics. And that is the beginning of the conversation was with the poll, and then this discussion and follow-up poll, which will happen now that we have more members on as well. And we will report out by our next meeting, what that looks like and make a recommendation at that point. The charge, if you look at the elements of the charge, it also lays out the number of topics that need to be covered and the degree of detail or lack of detail, depending on your perspective. And so I would encourage you to give some consideration to how long it is going to take to accomplish all 5 tasks at the end of the day. And so that we can make sure we can get through the entire charge. The other clarification that I think is important is on charge B, which is, excuse me, let me just, charge C. It says scope the necessary tasks to start a long-term sustainable materials management plan. It specifically says this chart does not include completing the plan. It only includes a discussion of the preliminary scoping to start that planning process. So to be clear, the board has not charged this work group with creating a long-term sustainable materials management plan. It has charged the work group with teeing up topics like, should it be contracted out? What subjects should be covered? Who needs to be at the table? If you will, it is an assessment of the essential elements that you all believe would create a process that would eventually deliver the best long-term sustainable management plan. So I want to make that clarification. That is what the board's charged to assess on that particular issue. Marge, your hands up, your card's up, so please take it away. And Greg, please give me the microphone.
I think what Nancy and Joel were referring to is called anchoring bias, and it's an extremely powerful human urge to take what has been given you and then make any of your decisions biased by what you have just seen. And it isn't just this division across topics that suffers from that. It's the whole process here. Rather than us being given an instrument where we could decide what topics we wanted to discuss or how we wanted to go about it. We've received, you know, this kind of fait accompli, common understandings. We've had our charter written for us. And I think that that's just an extremely powerful place where we have been put to begin our deliberations. And I'm just questioning if it's the best way to have done that, or the best, if we're in the best place, and if we're not, how are we going to get to a better place?
Thank you. Joel, you had your hand up.
Did you want to respond first, March? Or?
No, I'll do it at the end.
Okay, okay. Yeah, if we're constrained by what's in the charter here, we've got this SC, I think it's important to look at least at the second sentence that you wrote there. I mean, as Ken Eklund pointed out, I recall that early on we were talking about future and holistic approaches, and we had a conversation that it was non-controversial that should be a major part of the discussion. And somehow, you know, then when this plan got written, it got pushed down. But there's still a sentence here that is in our charter, and it says, looked at some recent similar planning efforts across the state to assess what topics were included and what lessons learned should be brought forward in that process. That actually gives us a really big window for looking at what topics should actually be part of the sustainable materials management process. So I think we actually are within our charter if we work on that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. To work on it. It's just not actually creating. You can, in other words, it is looking to what other counties that you feel did a good job is important, and you can bring forward what topics you think should be included in our plan to go forward. We're just not going to resolve and agree that the content. So think of it, you guys are making a recommendation for the table of contents for the eventual long-term sustainable materials management plan. You are not charged with actually saying that, you know, specific policies per se.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
Please.
Yeah, no, I took a pause, but if we are going to write that table of contents, we can't just list off things off the top of our head. We need to have a discussion of what could be the table of contents, what could be the items, whether it's transfer stations, whether it's landfills, a whole long list of things, and you know, people brought up pyrolysis and all sorts of things. So that's why I'm saying if we give more time for that, then we'll have an educated discussion. We can actually give good recommendations to the board on this.
Absolutely. It's not a problem. It's not, I don't believe that is inconsistent with the intent of this document, nor do I believe it's inconsistent with what I was trying to say. And so if we're not communicating clearly, that's why we're having this conversation now. John, you're up next. And I'm going to make sure I get anyone on the phone too.
I just wanted to ask for confirmation from Nancy if this is what the essence of what you were saying was, that because the other codes that affect the conditional, the CUP process, that the codes underlying those decisions need updating, that would confound our ability to make good decisions on B.
Get your mic.
No, it's just that there's a very, I mean, this is all constrained by legalities. It's a quasi judicial process, and the code that we have, it's the code, and there's no way there's no mechanism that the code that we have can be clarified before a new CUP is expected to come down the pike. There is a lot of mechanism for the code to be modified through the normal process that has to go through the VOC, and it's time consuming, you know, and so, and is this correct? Am I correct in this? Great.
And if you repeat what Greg said, Nancy, so.
Greg said it is time consuming. And so we've got this, you know, right now, we've got this, you know, this kind of sword of Damocles over our heads, which is, you know, this new CUP, which might come at any moment, you know, it might come tomorrow if these guys decide this is going nowhere, right? You know, that would irritate a lot of people, so they probably won't do it. But what I'm saying is we shouldn't be constrained by this time limit, because the time limit is not going to work. If this time limit before these guys might submit a new CUP, we're not going to be able to get anything done before that if we're doing it on their schedule. If we're doing it on our schedule, we can get a lot done, and that's what I would be advocating for.
So I'm going to do two things. One, by way of reference for context, on the issue of what all these magic terms mean. The charter says a couple things. The proposed element does not include opining on the merits of the Republic expected application, nor does it involve actually writing or potential code language or recommendations that can't change current steps in the planning process. Scope is limited to developing conceptual language for recommended review criteria and recommended guidelines for interpreting any existing ambiguous provisions. One of the major themes I heard in talking to folks, not everyone, during the assessment was these words need to be understood and defined. There's two ways, without getting into the legal issues, there's two ways of doing that. One is the board could go into the formal process and add language. The second way is the board and the planning commission before it can interpret what these terms mean. And if we need to have a presentation on the legal issues as to what ability the planning commission and the board has and what deference it gets, if any, before LUBA and the Court of Appeals, what have you, on defining its own terms, we can. I don't think it's appropriate in the moment to debate this nuance, because I think there's a more important elephant in the room, which is, as you all hopefully had time to read my memo last night, is let's just model transparency and ask Republic. And the question really is, and I'll frame it up, if you all can ask follow-up and reframe, and Republic can choose to answer or not. But it is, will you defer the dropping of a new landfill CUP expansion? And I'll ask multiple questions. In fact, Greg, please give him the microphone. I'll swear him in a minute. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Can you give, what assurances, if any, are you willing to give this work group as to the timing of any potential new CUP application?
So thanks for the question. I guess what I would say is we heard from the commissioners, and a lot of people who are part of this group
community at large, this is an important process. And we respect that. We hear it, and we intend to be active participants in the process. We've got a current schedule that takes us till early to mid-December, something like that. So we intend to participate in that process.
Okay, and then the other question, and I'll just ask you guys, then ask questions, right? I think a part, and I'm trying to make sure I'm hearing the answer correctly, not to put words in her mouth. But part of what I think the question is that, let's say this work group moves Mount Good a foot to the left between now and December 15th, and comes out with a report that all of the members say, thumbs up, this is a good, solid report. That goes out on December 15th. The concern is that, great, then on December 16th, you will then file the application, and the board will have no time to then decide to what extent, if any, it wants to go into formal adoption of any code amendments, and that this process was all for naught.
I assure you it's certainly not all for naught. There are going to be things that we're going to learn that I think are only going to make a future submittal stronger, hopefully representative of a bunch of different perspectives. It would be presumptuous and unfair of us to do the hypothetical that you suggest on a December 16 kind of thing, to turn right around and not give the commissioners a little bit of time to digest whatever work product ultimately comes from this group. But I would remind all my peers in this group and community participating that time is not on anyone's side here. They're really, the luxury of time is something we simply don't have. The amount of time and work that is involved in getting, let's say, the quarry ready for disposal, and the amount of actual airspace that we have today are starting to rub really close up against one another. And so, time is a real factor in all this. But again, we're fully open to participating actively in this process based on the schedule that's been laid out.
So, I know that I promised to get you an answer. This is one of these magic moments that we have in every process under, the old forming, storming, norming, and performing. So I am confident that you responded to those questions in good faith, Russ. And I'm also confident that depending on people's views, some of them were comforted by your statements and others were not. And those that not are going to say to each other at the break, he didn't answer the question directly. We know he's committed to not doing anything to December 15th. He's committed to not doing something on December 16th. But beyond that, what Christmas surprise or Hanukkah or Kwanzaa or New Year or whatever festival that I am missing, Festivus, I guess I missed it there. That's what people are worried about. And this is the 800-pound gorilla in the room.
Sorry, that's fair. I feel like there's a bit of an effort to try to get down a date on the calendar. And I guess what I'll say is I hear you. And we'll reflect on that and happy to continue to talk about it in future meetings. I feel like that's a fair response for where we're at today.
Okay, so just to get the queue in order, let's see, let's do it. Let's just do it chronologically. So, John, you have to read this one? Yeah. Okay, Christopher, and then Marge, and then Nancy. The microphone, please, to Christopher.
I guess this is more just a clarifying question for sort of what we're doing. I think the questions about the scope of the charter and the timeline are important. I guess I just don't, that's something that's up to the board, not us. So I guess I'm just, that's correct. We don't have any control over our charter or the timeline that is in the charter. So it just feels like some of these questions would be better directed to the commissioners. I don't know, am I understanding that correctly?
That is the current state of our charge. Now, does that mean it's set in stone and violent to the end of time? No, nothing does.
Okay.
But, you know, that is the current state of it. It was discussed and explored, and those are decisions that were made. There is flexibility, as it says, in the priority of the items.
Right, absolutely.
I also, in that 3 or 4 page impressions document I sent out last night, I think it would take divine intervention. I didn't actually say that, but that's my view, that divine intervention to get this done by December 15th. We're gonna, like I said, try to put a foot to the left to do it. But if it's not working, it's not working. I won't be shy about saying if the process is not being well served, and the community's not being well served, I'll make a recommendation to do it. You all can make a recommendation as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then I think Marge is up next, so we'll get her the mic.
Well, what I heard you say is that this process is on Republic Services timeline. And I'm just wondering, is it even possible? What would it take to get it on Benton County's timeline? Or how are we constrained? Or, I mean, can you honestly answer what would happen if we don't do it on Republic Services timeline? I mean, is there a huge penalty? And if so, what is it? If we don't do what? Sorry. If we don't complete this process by the end of the year, as you said that you would commit to working with us until the end of the year. I heard you say that you would commit with us, to us, that you would work to the end of the year. And so that to me meant you're calling the shots. That's what it meant to me.
It certainly doesn't feel that way. Well, why don't we give the mic, so that this is so awkward in this room. I'll give you a mic and you a mic.
Certainly doesn't feel that way. Calling the shots certainly doesn't feel that way. I don't know how to be more straightforward. There's been a process, a timetable, series of meetings that have been identified. We didn't set the schedule. We frankly, our point of view, it's probably a little bit longer than we would prefer. But we agreed that's a schedule that the community, the commissioners, county staff, whoever kind of coalesced around. And like you, we were presented with the schedule. And like you, we opted to participate. That's our full intention.
Yeah, so I got a question for Color, so you can leave it with him. So my question is the expansion already drawn up?
No.
All right. Oh, did you have something else? Mark, yes.
Actually, yeah. It's important to realize there's only a limited number of options. And so it's not as if, infinity of choices here. There are only a number of viable options. But if you're asking, maybe perhaps another way to state your question, is there a draft submittal in an inbox ready to go? Ready to hit send? The answer is that.
That was kind of my question. So would you tell us what the different options are?
So there is limited, permitted space for disposal operations at the landfill. There are property boundaries. There are obviously a host of issues, traffic, things like that came up the first time. So there are variables within all of those things, to include environmental responsibilities, et cetera. Ultimately, we're talking about being able to create
sell space as a bridge until the quarry can be prepared. So there are, when I talk about options, there are really smart engineers that sit around and look at different ways to take use of the space. So that's what I mean about options. We can certainly come back to future conversation and unpack what some of those might be, but they're only limited based on capacity, limited options available. But the question is there a package ready to go? No. We do believe that this process is going to make an ultimate future submittal stronger.
You can reduce volumes though, right?
With consequences, I'm sure that that could be a scenario.
So if the CUP process fails, what are your plans? Can you share that with us?
I couldn't speak to that today.
All right, so a couple things. I want to try to put a preliminary bow on this, knowing that you're going to have to come back to this extremely important issue to go forward. So I'm going to suggest a couple things I'm thinking out loud, so, and it's certainly subject to your feedback, what have you. I appreciate the comments about somehow suggesting the current numbers of the work plan could influence people's vote as a manipulative trick to get them to vote consistently with what the other proposal is, or unconsciously biased. That's not the intent. The intent was simply to say, this is the status quo. You are all extremely bright and intelligent people, and I would be very surprised if you are going to be influenced by some unintentional nudge. But to remove all doubt, as I said earlier, double down and confirm, you're going to get what I call a naked poll that's going to say, here are 5 topics, allocate 100 points. You have the benefit of what the initial work plan looks like as something to push against. That's why it says draft. You have the initial polling results, which you can argue were stilted or inappropriate or biased. You have some ex officio comments, but you'll have a new beginning. It's a real easy poll to do. You know, I'll get it out with all deliberate speed, and next Thursday we'll have the results of that, and then I'll probably call the question, and you will then, as a work group, say we'd like to allocate our time based upon this. That will require going back and looking at the current 7 remaining meetings. Well, actually 2 will be done at that point. Next Tuesday, so the remaining 6 meetings, and see what that would look like meeting times. So I think that's all we can do today, but I'm certainly open to other process suggestions, improvements, additions, subtractions to make the process work better. So name tents up if you'd like to add friendly or even unfriendly amendments to make this work for you.
Did anyone else have public comment?
But this isn't a public comment opportunity, but if Ed has comments.
I just went because it was 4:30. We were gonna.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna do that now. We'll do that next. But on this particular issue, any last call? That's all we'll proceed, yes?
Sam, so point of order, Liz Irish and Ed Matera are both.
Okay, I see Liz on the screen, she popped up. So Liz, I apologize for not seeing you. You're, a couple inches here. Apparently, I doubt that's truth in real life. So Liz, I'll give you a few minutes here to comment. question, and then we'll go to the, oh, thank you for doing that, whoever's doing the screen, that makes it so much easier to see who's on the call. So this, please take it away.
Thanks. I think that I really appreciate you clarifying what our charter says we have to do, and clarifying that the commissioners set the tone for what our responsibilities are. This is going to be a really difficult conversation for everybody, but I did also hear you say that we could expand the time if we needed it. Was that correct?
I do not have the authority to say we, the work group, can expand the time. The charge is laid out as an 8-minute charge. It would need a recommendation from you and or me, which you would all be free to make, and we would put a package together and send it to the board. Darren and or I are giving a 15-minute update at their working, is it called working meetings or formal meetings? And we can certainly add this to the next, the then next board meeting as a topic. So,
and is there any ability for the work group to go back to the commissioners, say that maybe we would like things added to the charter that they asked us not to do?
Yes, there's the ability to do that. Again, under the category, obvious, I don't have the power to speak for them. Generally, when I do these processes, the sponsors usually are much more favorable to those kinds of requests after the work group has made an earnest effort to do what they were initially asked to do. But I don't know the commissioners well, and you live in the community, and certainly if that's the will of the work group, we can do it at one of these 15-minute status updates that happen.
Okay, that's all I had. Thanks.
Anything else on your end? Ed? Anything else on your end?
I'm good. I'm just listening very closely. The emotional level is pretty high. It's very, very interesting.
And where are you physically? Aren't you in Australia or something? Or?
No, I'm in a part of California that has absolutely lousy internet service.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Just near Santa Cruz.
Okay. All right, public comment. Thank you for the heads up. Are there any members on the call that would like to give public comment? Now, public comment, take our dinner break, and then we'll come back and do it. I promise to get you more. I see it. So anyone on the call that would like to give public comment?
I think Ken Eklund.
Yeah, Ken Eklund's here.
Okay, let me see if I'd like to make sure I get everyone else a first chance, Ken. I promise to get back to you.
Sure, no problem.
Last call for anyone else? Ken, you're up.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. It's Ken Eklund again. I'm a resident of North Benton County. I want to express to the work group that you are in a unique position, possibly, to really accomplish something regarding, your task A, common understandings. And so I want to just refer to the example of a common understanding that Sam brought up in his initial assessment. So the question is, how much space is left in the landfill? So if Republic tells the EPA that there are 22 years left in the landfill, and you can find this on the EPA page about the landfill. Republic tells the county there are 18 years left, and you can find this in their most recent landfill annual report. Republic tells the public that there are 4 years left, and you can find this on their landfill website. But of course, if you poke at these numbers, they fall apart because, like, for example, the number for the public 4 years ago was what was on the website a year ago. And so how can it still be 4 years, 500,000 over 1 million tons of garbage later. And if you go to your common understandings document, the county will tell you that the 18 years annual report number is not right either, but they have no better number. So my point is, here we are 1.5 years into this process, and this is perhaps the most basic foundational fact about the landfill, how much space is left. And that number is still a mystery. And so this is why I'm coming to the work group. It's pretty clear that the Republic can try, but it's really hard for them to get the facts. And it's pretty evident that the county is unable or unwilling to get the facts either. I think the work group may have been formed in part to establish a third conduit to these facts. And it seems to have been given the power, it seems to be empowered to get them. So I just want to really encourage the work group to give some priority to task A, common understandings, and drive hard to come up with a good list of what these understandings should be. The list is very long because it's been very hard for anyone to get facts. As a member of the Solid Waste Advisory Council, I've put together the list that we are working on. Some of you have seen it already. I will send it to the work group at large, just as a place for you to start. I just want to say, if the work group can make good progress on a list of common understandings, it will both be invaluable to the Sustainable Materials Management Plan, and it will just be a very worthy outcome all in itself. So I really wanted you to prioritize that. So help us, Trash Talk Work Group. You're our only hope.
Thank you, Ken. Now, Marge, microphone's on its way. It's being FedExed to you.
I just wanted to get back to your comment some time ago regarding unclear terms in the code that were on our agenda to clarify. It seemed to me that this was an important issue that you are putting forth in the section of the CUP expansion. And you mentioned some of the unclear terms in your presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, wouldn't we, if we discuss that, wouldn't we be simply opining on the meaning of these terms? I mean, is there any pertinent goal to us doing that? And if that is the main discussion regarding the landfill CUP process, if that's the main goal, to clarify those terms, is there any sense in moving forward with that discussion at all? And if we didn't, would Republic Services have any interest in continuing to work with us in this process? Is Republic Services interested in scoping out a long-term process that they may be a part of? That concludes my remarks.
Thank you. So let me try to respond and get us on a break and pick it up after the dinner hour. Absolutely, if this isn't satisfactory. So one of the things I heard loud and clear in the assessment, and is that some of the yuck that happened last time, that's a legal term, some of the yuck was there was lack of clarity surrounding what does seriously interfere, character of the area, purpose of the zone, undue burden, etc. mean. And there was a desire to get some guidance on that. Some of that may be a legal analysis where people with JD degrees come in and tell you that the current state of Oregon law on this topic is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And you then would have the opportunity to say you agree or disagree or make whatever recommendation is different to that. That's the first issue that is going on here. Again, remember this, you are just making recommendations. My current understanding of the law, I am not a land use lawyer, and even if I was, it's not my job to give you legal advice. But the jurisdictions can interpret their own regulations. And the board here is asking you to hear from the community on what they think should be the proper interpretation. Now, this charge also clearly says that it says within the legal parameters associated with its specific recommendations. That's the last sentence on page B on page 3. So you're making a recommendation. You're not imposing upon the planning commission or upon the board anything. You're just saying, you know, we recommend you considering these things in the course of an application. And they are free to do with that as they please. There is a current disagreement and undercurrent going on in the community as to what extent, if any, that is effective. And I've had conversations recently where there are different points of view as to what deference a jurisdiction is given in interpreting the rules on the piece of paper, especially when they're ambiguous. I've had some people say that, no, it can't be done. The code has to be amended to be effective. It is not our job here to debate that issue, but certainly without having legal minds here who can in fact opine on that and give you the fund of information you need to decide what, if anything, you want to do with that. But as we stand now, I guess that's all I can say on that issue. Does that help? Not help? You have more, it doesn't help. So, so what would help, Marge? What would you like me to try to clarify? And I'll try the best I can.
Okay, let me think about that.
Sure.
And try and,
yeah, that's perfectly fine.
And I don't want to get into a new topic if everybody's wanting to eat.
I know that's a dangerous, it's a dangerous tactical move. That's a wise decision.
Okay, well, then I will make that wise decision and not go forward now.
As you usually do, make wise decisions, if not always. All right, so it's time to eat. I did indicate, and let me just quickly get to that. So just because of how hard they've been working and the need to get back to their tables, I'm going to ask that the work group members go through the line first and get their food. And then members of the public, you're welcome to join second. And then I'll ask staff to back clean up and get their food. My suggested exercise is that you sit next to someone for dinner that you know the least well of this work, and simply get to know. And obviously it's voluntary, but I think if people get to know each other a little bit, it makes a difference. I certainly encourage members of the public to do that as well, but obviously we don't want to interfere with your break. So we're going to be back promptly at it's 5:10, so we'll be back at 5:40. On your mark, get set, eat.
Quick question for you. Well, so I technically, oh, yeah, so I was like, so for some issues, like. Oh, sure, like that. Okay, yeah, but not on this, the whole model. Pressure level. Yeah, I've been asking to vote on. Electricity is not this issue that's coming. In my area. All saying. Just to say, I've always liked Mr. Yeah, and, what do you
on time. If there's any members of the public that have arrived and now want to comment, I want to give you that opportunity. And we have a special guest from the city that's going to introduce herself, and we'll pick up where we left off and go. But I would first see if any members of the public that are new want to comment in the audience. Hearing, seeing none, I'll turn to the web. Now I have much more visibility to see who's on the screen. So is there any member of the public that care to give a public comment? That's appearing via video. All right, seeing none, we're pleased to have a special guest with us, and I always like to introduce those guests and have them introduce themselves and give them an opportunity to tell you they're here and share any views. So take it away.
Awkward moment, right? I'm Catherine Bisco, I'm from the Paloma City Council. I work with the planning commissioners and just was invited to attend at my after work today. So I just want to thank everybody for being here, both online, virtually, and in this room tonight. It's an important topic for Benton County. I appreciate all of our committee members who are standing in this space as we get this conversation kicked off with Sam, and just want to thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here with us. All right, so let's put a final bow on the topic we were discussing and see how we can move forward. I wanted to, under the category of what sort of share the thoughts behind the design of these topics and the focus on common understanding. So Ken Eklund, the chair of SWAC, commented and used one example as to when's the landfill going to close. And during the assessment process, I heard just the wide variety of issues, and people were very confident in their numbers and points of views. And I recall, again, sitting on the bench and seeing similar things in the courtroom. You would get people of good faith coming up and the numbers would be widely divergent. And so it is a common technique in these processes to identify those lists of issues and discuss them. We're not going to debate them. It may well be that on that particular point, all we can do is get the best available information we can from the best available sources. You'll have the opportunity to comment on them, but we're not going to be able to, do a deep dive and resolve it. That's not part of our job, is to resolve factual disputes. But on every issue, the ones we can, absolutely, that would be great. But we're not going to be debating, 5 different spreadsheets and trying to figure out what one is correct. But I do think that you could make clear when it comes time to any recommendation you make with regard to a CUP application. You could certainly make a recommendation that says we recommend to the Planning Commission and to the commissioners that the following kinds of information be presented, because the length of the landfill's useful life is a key part of consent requirement. The other thing, so it is important to give whatever you believe the appropriate weight is to the common understanding document, because they're the beginning for the entire process, and they're also part of the other 2 charters as well. Also thought, given our friendly informal environment this evening, that I would call on Darren Nichols from the county to share staff's perspective on some of the long-term solid waste the sustainable materials management plan issues.
Thank you, Sam. I thank you all for the good conversation. I heard a couple of things that I think could be helpful to us, or at least I hope will be helpful to us. One is this notion of urgency. I think when we were thinking about pulling this together and wanting to get you all working more quickly, there were two things that were driving this. One is we're about 50 years behind in this conversation. So Nancy mentioned in her comments earlier that the last solid waste plan that we had is the 1977 version, and a lot has changed since 1977. I was, for instance, not even in school yet. So,
Rub it in.
I don't feel that young anymore, but I think it's important to just say that out loud. We haven't had this comprehensive plan for solid waste for a while. And so there's a little bit of urgency just from that perspective. Also, and maybe more importantly, we have a window of time right now within which we can have honest dialogue with the planning commissioners and with the board of commissioners that we wouldn't be able to have or haven't been able to have when there's an active land use application at play. And so we have a window of time within which we as a group, staff group, the work group, members of the public can engage with the planning commissioners and the board in a more open, transparent kind of way. We can actually have dialogue around a topic that's really important to have elected officials involved in. And I just want to underscore that. So, you know, the question was raised whether or not Republic is driving the timeline. No, not directly. But I think we all know that we've just had an active conditional use permit application. When that appeal was withdrawn, that opened an immediate opportunity to begin having a serious conversation with our public. We want to make the most of that opportunity. You all have an opportunity to advise the board of commissioners, to advise the planning commission, to advise our public about what our solid waste future should look like, both materials management and disposal. That's why you're here. And so I think from a staff perspective, we felt like it was really important to get this going as quickly as possible in order to take advantage of this window. The other thing I want to say is this. When I first proposed to the board that we have a third-party neutral facilitator help us have this important dialogue, the board was supportive from the very start. They asked good questions. They didn't just kind of say, yeah, go do whatever you feel is right there. They asked good questions and they put some psych words on it, but they've been very supportive. They've also said that they're willing to commit around $500,000 to the sustainable, not to the third party neutral. So the board has made a substantial commitment of dollars to the sustainable materials management plan. That's not going to happen in the next 4 months, but the work that we do can set us up to engage in that work. That's going to take longer. We know that it may be one or more other committees that live on beyond the work group, but the work group's work is going to set us up, we hope, to do that in a collaborative fashion, to incorporate the things that this community cares about, to get the big issues on the table and organize so that we can do that work as efficiently and effectively as possible with our SWAC and BCTT, with our planning commission, with whatever other committees we need. So I just want to provide that context from the staff perspective, so you get a sense for kind of the thinking that we've been doing behind the scenes. It's not perfect. We know it's not perfect, but I also believe that with this many citizen leaders in the room, community member leaders in the room, we can really good work in the next few months. And I would just encourage you to kind of tell us what it needs to look like, and we're here to support you in that. And yeah, your voices are really powerful. So please don't miss this opportunity.
Hey, the final thing I'll say, as an example here, this poll result. To really be clear about this, when we do polls like this, they are not intended to be final, like that you haven't survey. They're not intended to be final binding results where we would come in and say, all right, it's 24, 29, 34, 6, 8 higher. They are simply designed as a beginning tool to
prime the conversation, to take the pulse of the group. And it's always intended to give you an opportunity then to say, all right, here's what this preliminary looks like. Now let's discuss it and fine tune it. And you can move it to the left or the right. It's not intended to be a scientific sampling. This kind of policy making work, it is not that rigorous in that sense of how we're not doing regression analysis on this stuff. We're just simply saying, yeah, just to start the conversation, what do you think? And part of it is efficiency. We could go around the room and everyone talk about their various views on A, various views on B and C, and have it. It's simply a place to start. And if we can get an issue like this done quickly, you think great. And if we can't, we'll spend the time it takes to do it. That's why I'm very happy to do another poll and get the result. You can come back and look at it next Thursday. That's what we decide to do. So before we wrap up this particular question of triaging the charge elements, I want to give last call to any workgroup members who'd like to say anything about it.
We have one over here.
Excuse me?
One comment over here.
Yes, sorry, please take it away.
I'm just on the solid waste management plan. I mean, I don't think Benton County is alone in not having a current plan. A lot of counties don't have current plans. I mean, Brian, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I will. I mean, Marion County or Lake County. I mean, you know off the top of your head what your plans are?
2010.
Okay, so
And it's outdated.
a lot of counties are in the same situation. I think it is timely though for the county to look at it. The legislature recently passed the Recycling Modernization Act, and so there will be money and funding coming to the counties. So that would be something to look at. And usually, my experience seeing those is the county would go hire a consultant and then work with the SWAC and county staff to develop a plan. And I would be surprised if the county could hire a consultant, prior to December. So just something to keep in mind. And then on the common understandings, I'm still struggling a little bit with, what the charge of this group is to some extent. Is it to focus on a solid waste management plan, or is it to focus on the land use issues regarding the landfill? So maybe the polling will help with that, but that's just area where I don't have a common understanding.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Last call? Yes, Nancy. Oh, give it the mic. I'm gonna run the bed.
So I think that there are going to be a lot of questions that aren't answerable in the common understandings. And I think that those are kind of a natural fit with the Sustainable Materials Management Plan. And so I would like to see C and B swapped, because I think that the common understandings and Sustainable Materials Management Plan go together. I mean, I think we're going to have questions like how much methane is actually produced by the landfill, and that's going to be a question that we'll probably want to boot to some kind of consultant to answer or suggest that a consultant answers it as part of a larger long-term plan. And I don't even think we can get an RFP done by December, much less an actual plan. So I'm totally on board with you on that. And that would also give us time to get an attorney in here, which I really appreciated your suggestion about a land use attorney, and really and help guide us through what we can and cannot accomplish in terms of clarifying some of these terms, which I personally believe we cannot clarify. Thank you.
Last call. All right. So let's go on. Let's go on to section 11, the draft report structure. So a draft of this document was sent out. It was designed to serve two purposes. One, make it clear that we have to have a report done and what it's going to look like.
And so I put together here the table of contents. And my staff and county staff, as this process evolves, will start populating this document. So for instance, we put in the membership list, we put in the charter, put in the process for recommendations now. We can put in, as you'll see in Roman numeral 2, the work plans. We can put in the initial project work plan. Again, the charter says it's a draft. We will update it after we get through some of the next topics. Just mechanical things like that. Then for each meeting, there will be a summary of what happened during the meeting. So that'll be what were the central topics covered, what materials were presented with the links to the website. There's a typo here, it's what was the work group discussion, what were your action items, and the public comments. You will get a draft of the meeting minutes for this meeting, and you'll be able to review them and approve them at our next meeting. Now, there is a tight turnaround here with this 1 week process, but we'll do our best to get those done. It's going to have a link. They're not going to be like the same detail in the minutes you see the Benton County Board of Commissioners doing and producing every month. They're going to be more summary in nature. But it will have a link to the actual meeting. We are going to have them transcribed, posted, and all the chat comments will be dropped into the meeting minutes. Again, to just model this one table and impartiality and fairness and transparency. And that will be repeated for each meeting. And then there'll be a section for each of the work group recommendations going forward. And then there will be the work group recommendations bundled up in one place, and a section for every member to comment on each of the recommendations made and the report as a whole. There'll be a transcript of the last meeting, so where real deliberations take place. And as I said in the memo, this isn't final until the December 15th meeting. So we're just doing iterative process going forward. There'll be a process evaluation and process reflections. There'll be an appendix going forward. So that's just the outline of what we're going to do. It's a work in progress. Any work group comments, suggestions, concerns, improvement to this general thought about we'll be doing this as we go? And let's get the microphone to Marge, please.
I wonder if we could make an attempt to fold Tyler's comments into this report at this stage to some degree, because I think he was going in the right direction. And I think that his comments actually look a lot more like, in his structure, the structure that he provided with his comments, actually looks a lot more like a report of this sort, what it should look like, of construction, structurally.
So the short answer to that question is absolutely yes. That is exactly what I was hoping to get, and know you will all produce as your schedule permits, and will be incorporated in the next draft. So what's going to happen is that once we get the list of topics that need to be covered, and a more robust conversation about what is and is not in the report now, and how it's written, and what have you. That what staff will do between meetings is take your comments that you email in, like Joel sent out those 2 big, nice sections on background. Nancy had a section on history roll up as well. We're just going to copy and paste those into the then existing draft, in this case, of the common understanding documents. So you can absolutely see that. And so this is not a staff report. This is a work group. And it was simply trying to get answers to some
that's a mistake. Not to get answers to the questions, but get the current information that exists for some of the things, like the charts. You know, can refer to one of them as, you know, what the county does or doesn't. One of the big things in the assessment, people were saying, there's been all these conditions in the past, they haven't been enforced. What is the current status of the CUP? It's just a draft. We're gonna go over that with, you know, pretty fine tooth comb and add to it, subtract to it, modify it, make it best as you can be. But absolutely, they're gonna be, for those three examples, Nancy's history document, the two documents that Joel's put in, and anything else you want to add, if you guys want to take that back and do it again, you know, whatever you want to do is fine. Does that help?
And it would be great if there were more pictures.
It would be great if there were any pictures at this point. I mean, right now, no, it is not. And again, by way of explanation, not necessarily justification, it's the best that could be done in a short turnaround between when the charter was finally approved and here, as we sit here today. All right, let's move on to question 12, and this is the meeting times. And this was basically, again, a weighted average. These are weighted averages. They're, I guess, not designed to call the question. If these survey monkey polls were designed to be final votes, I would just announce that in the survey, this is final votes, and here's the results, and God save us all. So, you know, what this, basically people are given a chance to, you know, first, second, third options, and here's what, you know, the weighted average show, and, you know, the highest scoring, just over 4, was 3 o'clock to 7:30, 3 at 5, just below that, you know, about 3.8, 4, and then 5, and you can see as it goes down. So what I'd like to do now is, you know, get your comments on the best time to start, and it really seems to be saying that people seem to prefer earlier than later as a generalized trend, but that doesn't mean that we have to go with what the Survey Monkey says. So Joel's up first, I see.
Yeah, thanks. I actually wanted to comment on the, you just see if I wanted to follow on Marge's comment and then your response to that about the report structure. I think it would be really useful, and I sent you an email on this, to back up, because now what we have is it's really hard to see the forest for the trees in the document that's there. And I think if you just I appreciated the nice compliments about what I wrote, but I think if you just place those in, it just adds to the problem where it's an unbalanced document. And I've worked on a few of these projects, international working groups, and almost always the best place to start where it's a collaborative effort is to have the table of contents and the outline really nailed down before you start to throw in chunks of detail. And otherwise, we end up with something that would be really badly skewed towards one thing or another that someone just happened to comment on first. And so that was my main question. As far as the working times, I would like to push for earlier time on our earlier schedule, even from 1 to 5. But that's
Other comments? So let's take this as an example to try our polling system on. So if you get your 3 cards, the green for 1, yellow, if red enough, we use this just as a practice as to how we're going to go about it. It's an iterative process, and I'll oftentimes start with you know, what the preliminary survey results show, or the emerging consensus here, and see. As they say in Chicago, vote early and often, and we'll see how this process works. So the first proposal is that the work group meetings be scheduled from 3 to 7:30 with, yes, Marge.
Can we add the possibility 1 through 5?
Yeah.
That's what was
Absolutely.
originally said and
Yeah.
some of us scheduled accordingly.
Yep, absolutely. Again, this, again, we're just practicing this technique and if we get to a good result, which we really need to, then we'll do it and absolutely add the 1 o'clock. I can't hear you.
1 to 5 would have been on the other side of the week.
Well, it's one, okay. Let's change it again, start with 1 to 5. So the first proposal that we'll take up just quick unscientific poll is, and you vote several times to see. So that first proposal is that people meet, this work group meets from 1 to 5. So hold up your card and it's not.
Sam, do you want ex officio to vote on this?
And ex officios could vote on this too, because they're our guests as well. So please vote if you're at the table. So this is not a formal poll where we're taking notes. It's going to appear in the minutes. This is a dry run. So how this works is I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ones. So Greg, if you come and write it on the board here, right? Or Darren, just write 5 ones. The people that voted 2, we have 1, 2, and one behind me. So 3 2s, and we're going to start over. 1, 2, 3 2s, and the 3s we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, what this would show by way of practice is A, we do not have a consensus because the 3s preclude a consensus. And so if we just make it up, this is the 1 o'clock poll. Okay, now let's go to the 3 o'clock poll. Yes, go early and often. The 3 o'clock poll. Yes, sir.
Can I just remind you to check the people behind you? I saw that was holding up.
Do they, I don't like this hybrid system. It makes me come on. So Liz, 1, 2, or 3 on the 1 o'clock time frame.
1.
Okay, so add a 1. And Ed, 1, 2, or 3 on the 1 o'clock start.
3.
3. Okay, thank you, and thank you for the reminder, Joel. All right, up next is the 3 o'clock time slot. 1, 2, or 3 on the 3 o'clock time slot.
Yeah, I want to be up there.
Again, you voted 2.
Thank you.
So we have 12 ones and 3 2s. Now, this is an example of a consensus.
How about
Oh, thank God. I wish the screen was in front of me. Can we think about that? Like have another laptop so that it's in my eyesight and I can see everyone.
I could bring a mirror next time.
Bring up the mirror. Liz, 1, 2, or 3 at the 3 o'clock start time.
1.
1. So add a 1. And Ed.
1.
He's doing his own chart. It's not in color. So I don't give you color credit, Ed. That's a 1. So that's an example of the 3 o'clock slot. That's a consensus. Okay, but because we're doing multiple options, let's just take this out. Next up is the 4 o'clock time frame. The 4 o'clock time frame. Please keep drawing your own paper, please. Do not look to other work with them.
We've reached consensus.
No, we keep going. We keep going. This is practice. So the ones, I have 1, 2, 2 ones. The 2s, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And the 3s. And on the phone. So 2 3s. We have And 2 twos. So I had 2 more twos. Okay, we don't have a consensus, but, here's this ground here, maybe I can live with it, maybe, I can be talked into it, whatever. All right, just because we're having so much fun, let's go to 5 o'clock, the 5 o'clock time slot, and give us our polls there, 5 o'clock time slot.
5 to 9.
Pardon me?
5 to 9.
5 to 9. And we'll tape your favorite TV shows for you, and you can download them. So, let's see if I got any ones. I got 1. Pardon me? You work. Right. 1, 2, 2 ones. I've got 6 twos. And 6 threes. Okay, no consensus, and we're going in the wrong direction for some people's perspective.
We have a 2 and a 3
Okay,
online.
2 on the line. We have a 3 from Liz. Ed, what is our Palm Springs representative saying? A 2. All right. So anyone have a desire to go further, given the trend here? Okay. So again, this is how I'll try to, be as efficient as possible and run that line back, trying to absolutely first and foremost respect your wishes. So, right now, the preferred time seems to be 3 to 7 as the preferred time to meet. And so I give you an opportunity for last call on that issue. Is anyone, no one voted a 3, and I'm proposing that that's how we'll do this process on various issues and see if we can get through it. So, yes, sir.
Just a question. Is any of this, just a question, if any of this is taken into factor for the public, when they would be most able to meet or be able to participate?
Yeah, and, as you know, and you heard in the email transmissions that I sent out, that, again, we're going to have public comment at the beginning, sometimes at the end, and certainly before important issues. So the meeting time of 3 to 7 may push the public comment period, not at the beginning of the meeting, but maybe right after dinner, or before dinner, or at the end, so that we can accommodate that desirable outcome. That makes sense. All right, so thank you for that. 1 in a row is our new record for decisions here, so knock it out of the park. The tour. So this is, the classic binary choice issue. Do you want to go on a tour come next week? And so as it's roughly planned, the question would be, we would meet first and then go on the tour. And before I call the poll, let's have a discussion, because there were comments in the survey summary that you saw that some people didn't feel that was necessary. Some people thought maybe only people that were going forward. So Nancy, Dan Russ.
So if it takes 3 hours and we've got 30 hours, that's 10% of the overall time. I would suggest, and some people don't want to go at all, I suggest a couple of time slots Republic puts together for the landfill so people can go on self-tours.
Russ, what's going on from Republic's and logistics perspective?
Just logistics. So if we're gonna generally stick to a 3 to 7 window, I'd encourage the group to just recognize the sun's setting earlier these days. And, safety, visibility, just time on site to see things. It's a little bit better if it's full daylight versus, getting into the dusk hours. So you had mentioned if we do the tour, and if it's 3 to 7, meeting first and then doing the tour, I'd actually advise if that's the window we're sticking with, we flip it and you do the tour first and then continue the meeting on the middle or back part of that schedule.
So we just ask a couple logistical questions. How long is this tour process? So let's assume, I mean, there's tours and there are tours, right?
Exactly.
You know, and so let's talk a little bit about, you know, what it would entail, what it would look like. And understanding there's gonna be travel time to get people to the site and back, but just literally, let's assume we're all there and, you know, you bought all-terrain vehicles for each member in their favorite color. And we get to travel around. What's the length of time?
Recommended would be 90 minutes to commit to a tour. If you do it in 60 minutes, it's arguably getting close to not being worthwhile because you're just kind of going so fast. I think if you're going to do it, you want to, at least on a couple of occasions, have a spot where you can get out, go take a look at something.
Okay, so I think the order is Joel, Marge, and maybe Nancy again. So, Joel, give the mic to him.
Yeah, since I live pretty close to that place, I can also say it takes you 20 minutes to get here from there and back. So we're talking about another 40 minutes. And another angle I want to mention is that this is a public meeting. And I guess it might be a question for the public, how many people can you take on a tour? Because we also have to worry about public meeting law and having like a quorum in one van and not another, so.
And let's put, I don't know if you give it back to Ross and Marty doing that. Let's make a mental note to see if we can get some more of these microphones, because poor Greg.
In the Sept, right? Yeah.
Is actually, Greg's motto previously is every time he gets the urge to exercise, he lies down until it passes. So this is really a stretch for him.
Joel, a great point. And so, we've thought a little bit about this. We've accommodated, tours, big and small, at different sites over the years. I'm sure we've done that at Coffee View. But one of the thoughts we've had is to put the work group on a singular bus, which can easily be done. And then to have an option for the public. Let's say we all show up, let's just say we're doing it at 3. We show up, there's a bit of a safety orientation. There's an opportunity potentially then for the public to be a part of that conversation, public comments, etc. Work group gets on the bus and goes, and then we come back and perhaps we continue the dialogue a little bit there. And the public is again a part of it. It does get a little bit hard to put, buses are only so big. So we believe we found a bus that can accommodate the work group. It's a little bit harder for an unknown number of people that may or may not show up.
Marge.
Would it be possible to have this tour on a day when we don't have a meeting? Like maybe even a weekend, so that everybody could come?
Absolutely.
And I'd be willing to go. I'd like to go. I just don't want to take the time from discussing this important stuff to go on the tour. And so if it were any other time, I would be in favor of doing it.
Okay, great suggestion. Nancy.
Yeah, or perhaps several time slots to accommodate people who have commitments on other days. I mean, presumably you give tours all the time. So you could say we have a tour on Wednesday from 1 to 3. We have a tour on Saturday. You can sign up ahead of time, and then we'll know who's coming. That way, people could do it, and they would still be able to use this valuable time for this important task.
Oh, yes, please hand it to us.
So yeah, that type of concept is doable. It's something that we've done before. I don't know top of mind if we've done that at Coffee View. It doesn't totally solve for the unknown public, who don't RSVP and just sort of show up, right? But I think there's bound to be a way that we can, within reason, accommodate that crowd. We have a couple of schedules that that might fit for sure.
Mary?
What exactly will the tour consist of? 'Cause I think that's pretty important to know if we're deciding whether we're gonna go in it or not.
So conceptually, site orientation, safety discussion before we jump on a bus and go around, but we would look at the different, there are a handful of different places that the bus would drive by and or a couple where it makes sense to get out. So perhaps it's landfill gas to energy facility that's on site. Perhaps it's taking a look at some of the gas well operations. It might be, make sense to look at some of the, liquids management operations as well. There's reasonable flexibility there. If this group says we really want to spend some time at the landfill gas to energy facility, then sure, that can be accommodated.
I have Ed on line. Ed?
Yeah. Let me do something that's just a caution. One of the things about a tour like this is it gets everybody to a common understanding. And if you break it up too much, like 3 groups or something like that, not everybody gets the same perceptions of what's being talked about or viewed. So you might need some kind of a conversation to everybody to compare notes after they've gone through these multiple sessions. But more on the scope, essentially what I would be looking for is you start at the beginning and you go to the end. So you start from where the material's received and then out to where it impacts the environment. So it's obviously that you can follow a truck. Secondary thing is you get to where the gas goes, but also where does the surface water go? And what is the neighborhood around it? I don't live up there, so I don't know what is on in the Soda Valley. I can read descriptions, but having everybody understand what the receptors are, both human and environmental, might give us a better sense of what the impact is of the landfill and also what the issues are with land use. I guess it's ill-formed, but I'm just trying to convey, let's try to get something that's kind of holistic and leads to fixing a problem, like what kind of land use regulations do we want to eventually have? Does there need to be a buffer back from such and such? I'm getting my point across?
Very clearly, very helpful suggestions, and trying to just make sure I heard is that it's not just seeing the inner workings of the landfill, it's seeing the holistic approach from where trash is received and take it through its entire process and surrounding land uses, especially for people that are not, like Joel, who lives really close by and knows the story, right?
I think we're aligned, probably just talking about it differently. In my mind, you can't visit the landfill without getting the perspective of, what's around, to include, some of the roads and the traffic, conversations that occurred several months ago. So I think we're on the same page. We're just talking about it differently.
Okay.
So let me ask you a clarifying question to see if we can get moving forward. Is a Saturday or Sunday a possibility?
Yes, we're closed on Sundays. And back to Ed's point, I do think there's value in with the entire work group being in the bus. So we have that level of common understanding. We will also have our environmental engineer and our municipal manager, many of you know, who's here today, Julie Jackson, as a part of that tour, and our landfill manager as well, conducting the tour. We would also like if we could accommodate it on a Saturday, that would be fine. But we would recommend if we keep it on this schedule, for example, next Thursday, we would show up and we can meet at our hauling yard here in Corvallis. It's just at the end of Walnut at the bus, and we can pick you up. But we would actually recommend starting a little bit earlier, like at 1:30, because we're closing down operations around 3 o'clock, and so you really wouldn't get an opportunity to see how we, manage the whole process and see everything. So I think we would miss that valuable part of the tour.
Okay.
But we are willing to do it on a Saturday as well.
Okay, thank you for that flexibility. Let's go back to this idea, if there's another time, I mean, we close at 3. So my half-formed or malformed idea was that, could we do it from 6 to 7:30, but you just answered that question. Any other, I think I have Joel and then I have Marge. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I like Ed's comment that really we should also be looking at the neighborhood and the receptors in the environment. And I wanted to float the idea that maybe we need another tour that's not just led by Republic, but I could think of some neighbors who would be happy to facilitate looking around the neighborhood and seeing what some of the issues are from the residential perspective and what, I already sent you my Rick Steves tour guide. We could follow that. So,
you know what this guy did during the assessment is he sends me this like 5-page memo, which was so helpful and detailed. I got to stop at some of the sites. But the one criticism, and this is really unforgivable, I'm sorry to call you out, but nowhere on this map was any pub. None. There was no pub mentioned. I mean, and he calls this helpful.
Blame the Harris City Council for that.
Yeah, exactly. Marge.
Well, gosh, I mean, that would solve it. Why don't we start at 1? I mean, why don't we go take the tour at 1? We can be back here at 3. We can do our business. We could do on another Thursday. We could do the same thing with the neighborhood tour. I mean, that would be fine with me.
Okay, so this is yes. Yeah, microphone, please. Thanks.
I mean, it's not on me, I have to work during the day.
Right.
So, if 3 o'clock, I'm gonna have to go to work at like 5 or 6 in the morning. So, but I can ask for days off also, but that's hard to do. It has to be done like 6 months ahead and all kinds of things. So, but I could have just do the tour on my own or something like that. I mean,
Thank you for your flexibility. All right, so let's see if we've got, as a result of this kind of discussion. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just one
Yeah.
comment. So perfectly fine with a neighborhood tour, but if that's what the group chooses to facilitate, though that type of tour, you couldn't just come on site, right? We're public people, absolutely for safety reasons, you can understand, need to be 100% involved in organizing and facilitating a tour. So if it's strictly neighborhood tour, great, no concerns whatsoever. If you're contemplating this other tour somehow entering the site, it doesn't work that way. We'd have to be 100% involved in organizing it. Okay.
No, I think that's gonna happen. All right, so the emerging proposal, which I'm testing here, is that, and so you can get out your 1, 2, 3 cars here, is that we have a tour that starts next Thursday at 1 o'clock in the location you'll be telling us in a moment if this passes. It will be primarily landfill focused. There'll be a follow-up neighborhood contextual tour. And that maybe then the following meeting, then we do kind of the same thing, a 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock thing, and go from there. So that's just a rough draft proposal. So I'll put 1, 2, or 3 with your voting cards, please. If that's the way to, yes, Daniel.
Do you want ex officio to vote on this?
Yeah, this kind of thing. The only thing ex officio members shouldn't be voting on are actual policy recommendations going forward. So we have 1, 2.
And this is next Thursday.
Yes, this is next Thursday at 1 o'clock, tentatively. Okay, so 1, 2, 3,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ones. 7 twos. We have a consensus, but let's see if we can further refine it by looking on the screen. Ed has got his chart up and he's voting a 1. Liz? 3. So, well, there goes our consensus. So, better suggestions. How can we improve this idea? Saturday. So let's try the Saturday option. Okay. So same idea. It would, Sean, is it a 1 o'clock thing? Is it a morning thing? What's the morning would be better? Let's say 10. So we're I want to be more specific. 9:57 and 36 seconds is what we should be. So 10-ish for now. So 1, 2, or 3 on a Saturday.
Any Saturday or specific?
Is it gonna be, yeah, what's Saturday? Is it this coming Saturday? Is it next, next a week from Saturday? So in what, 9 days?
I think give us 24 hours to check with the bus company. We had made a reservation, just abundance of caution for next Thursday. And so we need to just first and foremost figure out if there's something available that can accommodate the group. So if the preference is sooner rather than later, as of next Saturday, to give us 24 hours to circle with you, Sam, and say, yeah, you're nay.
Okay, so let's shoot for, they don't have their calendar out with Saturday, what is that? 17. So the proposal is 9/17, 10 a.m. For a tour, 1, 2, or 3. I don't know, we should check, right? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ones. 7 twos. Okay, so not quite getting this there. And then on the screen, we have Liz as a 2, so 1 more 2, and Ed is, it says, bring home loaf of bread and pint of ice cream. Okay, 2. And a 3 over here from Brian, and a 3 from John. Okay, so we're on a consensus there. Well, don't let the perfect, what's the expression, don't let something get in the way or something else. So let's figure out what the heck we're gonna do.
2 times.
I've toured, so.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, and I toured too many times, so.
Okay, so you're not gonna block it.
We were the only 3 on that.
Okay. So, so what about then? That looks like we could do that. It's next Saturday at 10 a.m. In other words, in 10 days. It's not too fast. So it's 17. Okay. Oh, yeah.
And just to clarify, this is in addition to the meeting next Thursday.
Yes. Yes, it's not, yes, it's in addition to the meeting next Thursday, because as many people said, we got a lot of stuff to cover. And so we'll do that. So going once, going twice, we'll get you out the details, subject to your confirmation, you'll get back to me about, is the bus available there? And I just, want to say that the county catered dinner. And so I'm just saying, you what we want to do with that. All right, thank you. We are on for the 17th at 10 a.m. Subject to fine-tune details. And Joel, would you be willing to check around and see, and then and provide some other Saturday dates? Preferably around between now and the 3rd meeting, or right after the 3rd meeting, or something contemporaneous.
Yeah, what I had in mind was
well, partly vehicles, separate vehicles, but then also a walking tour. So.
Okay, what, if the county does the county have access to? Does the county own a bus that or can we be willing to rent a bus there?
I believe so, but I don't want to speak for. Yeah, I believe we have access to buses. I know we have done tours.
So maybe we can get a bus. Okay.
Sam, yeah.
Well, I think I realize you're talking about the neighborhood tour versus the landfill tour.
Yes, neighborhood tour.
I withdraw my hand.
Okay, yeah, neighborhood tour. This is what we're talking about. Do you have something else? Yeah.
No.
All right, so let's get going here and. All right, so this is a summary of the homework idea here, and this is a schedule suggestion. So these are the themes that came out of the homework on what have you. So let's just try to knock some of these off here to see. We're sticking with Thursdays as our default date today. So I am on the PowerPoint ID, which hopefully is visible to those on Zoom. It's the scheduled suggestions. They are major themes. So one of them, just in no particular order, were Tuesdays considered? And the answer is yes. And the reason that was yes is that's when the board meets and its meetings. And when does SWAC meet? And Joel, what day? Is it Wednesdays?
Oh, it's the fourth Wednesday.
Wednesday, but that's in the evening, isn't it? Okay, so that's not, but it was mostly because of the board meeting and the staff workload to do that. So that's the answer to where Tuesdays to yes, and that's why it was later. Now, there's some discussions about, is the next week's meeting too soon? Is it a function? Yeah, so wanted to know about the homework, suggestion that we move it out to the 26th. And too much time between meetings 2 and 3. So I guess, again, thinking out loud, part of this is going to depend on what your thoughts are for prioritizing the 5 charges and how much time each charge is going to be. And I say that because there's preparation time for staff to get some materials in place. There's preparation time for you to give comments and comment back. The reason we were thinking that meeting next week was doable is because we primed the pump with your current homework. And on Monday, we're hoping to receive your list of missing topics and agenda items and any supporting materials to roll that up and present it to you. And then after that, agree on an emerging table of content. So that's Joel suggested. And then if time permitting, then get that material into the draft of the common understandings draft document, which may look entirely different based on the information we get that out in time, and we can talk about that then on next Thursday's meeting. So the hands up, I see Marge.
I would prefer to put next week's meeting off a week because I'd like to see what you come up with on this common understandings document. And I'd like to have a little bit more time if I can add something to it. And I just think this, we had a lot of material dumped on us very fast. And I just like to take a breath and let it all percolate a little bit. So I would, be in great preference of moving our next Thursday meeting to the following week.
So, but just putting up your cards, the emerging proposal is we kick it over a week. And so 1, 2, 3, oh, but before you vote, let's get comments. Nancy has her card up, so can you give the mic to Nancy, please?
Yeah, it seems useful to discuss these things before we reply to them, because I think that results in less chaotic replies and more consensus even before we get to deciding which replies. I mean, this number of replies, there's kind of not enough time to look at each one, and this is pretty simple. So I'm wondering if we could go ahead and meet next Thursday and generally discuss what should be in the draft understanding and then make comments on it. Because I think that would be, we would get more quickly to fine tuning it.
So I'm going to make sure I'm tracking, don't take it away from her yet, please. Is that we, and my team and the staff would, on Monday, get, final call for any missing topics, agenda items, and any new material. We would do a new, at a minimum, table of contents, and put in what we do have, and then talk about them, and then when do we get your comments and do another draft for the third meeting? Maybe I missed it, I'm sorry.
So a lot of people that are at this table here don't know a lot about the landfill. And so I think that, I mean, there are some people who were seriously involved in the previous CUP. We have a much deeper bench of understanding about what the problems are. And I think it would be useful if everybody was kind of brought up to speed on what generally happened with that before we start talking about what the common understanding needs to be.
So have a meeting, have next Thursday's meeting be first day discussion. No real homework. Oh, sorry. And put it that way. So
yeah.
So let's test that as the emerging proposal that we still have next Thursday's meeting, but it's more of an open discussion. Maybe improved by better table, just the table of contents with the new topics that come in. I think that is doable to get that out on Tuesday or Wednesday morning, depending on staff's commitment. So 1, 2, oh yes, please.
Thanks. I just had a question. Is that put us behind the schedule? Are we talking about a meeting next week and in 2 weeks then?
Well, right now the schedule is we're meeting next week, right? But then, so that would mean then we would meet next Thursday. And then on the 12th, 17th, we would meet for the tour.
If we don't have homework for next week, then are we getting behind?
Well, yes is the short answer to that question, but doing the best we can. Nancy.
I think it's better to be productive than to be on time.
All right, so, yes, Brian, are we voting, polling? I mean, so if we talk about it, and then are we taking a vote next Thursday, or?
So,
what are we voting on, or are we polling?
Yeah, so technically there's no voting, there's only polling, and there's 2 kinds of polls. Sort of a kind of informal, what do you want to do kind of thing. And it's kind of a preliminary poll. And to see if we're making progress, moving in the right directions, attending to concerns of people that vote 3 on a given proposal. But again, the only poll that really counts is the last meeting.
where everyone's had a chance to go through this iterative process, step back and say, now that we've gone through the process once, do we miss anything? Do we need to add something? Do we need to subtract something? Do we need to correct it? That's the only one that really will have an impact on going forward.
And is it the table of contents or the percentage of time spent on the topic?
It's going to be both. We will have the results of the percentage time on topic. That will give me an opportunity to see what that would, ahead of time, what that would look like in a new work plan. But we would talk about that new work plan and the table of contents, so to speak, at next Thursday's meeting. That's the proposal that's emerging right now. So 1, 2, or 3 surrounding that proposal. So I don't know if I can. I'm being totally honest. So 2 guys walking to a bar. The first guy. Tomorrow or Saturday, I will send a SurveyMonkey poll that says, here are 5 categories, allocate 100 points. I will get that information. I will then take the existing work plan, which has 8 meetings in it, and allocate that initial poll, not binding, allocate what that would look like and send it out. Additionally, you all are going to send in last call on list of topics, missing questions, and any documents that you want to be considered for the common understanding science. Last call is last call for this iterative phase. We will then put together a new and improved agenda for the common understanding section only. That will go out, as soon as we can, no later than Wednesday sometime, hopefully before this. And that will be, and then fine tuning the work plan, which includes the allocation of the 5 topics. Looking at the table of contents to make sure we have a structure that is supportable and can build upon, as Joel suggested, we go forward, and then we take a tour. That's the proposal on the table. Right.
Still with the understanding that we're gonna conclude mid-December.
Well, that is the goal, and I have no authority to extend that time now or shorten that time now. But it may mean a request in this new work plan to say, we need to add another meeting. And as I understand my temporal charge, it would be to put that meeting in between now and December 15th. But whether or not that changes or not, it's really for you to apply. But that is my marching orders right now. Nancy gets the microphone. Yes.
Yeah, so I would just suggest that anybody that feels confused about the subject of landfills, go and look at, and maybe Daniel could put it on this website for this work group, on the 3 planning commission meetings that were held on the prior conditional use permit. I think that would give everybody who hasn't been plugged in to this thing from the get-go a really good boot up understanding of what's at stake here, what people's problems were. And, as I said to somebody the other day, I know a lot more about landfills than I did this time last year. I'm not sure that's a good thing. But in terms of some kind of educational, quick educational, getting you up to maybe not 0 to 60 in 3 minutes, but at least 0 to 45. I think that would not be a bad idea to have a better idea of what it is exactly the problem that we're confronting. And I would like for everybody to feel comfortable with the problem that is being confronted before we start saying, what are we going to do about it? If that makes sense.
Yeah. All right. So let's get back to the poll. The 1, 2, or 3 on that statement. So let's get.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ones. Nine twos. Now let me go. We've got Ed as a 2 and Liz flashing us a gang sign apparently, which looks like a 2. Okay. Any 3s? No 3, so that's the plan du jour. All right, getting close to the end here to finish up with the final slide. We're gonna, again, model transparency, continuous improvement. On the agenda and in your PowerPoint, when you look at it electronically, there's a link to a meeting evaluation. We won't necessarily do these for every meeting. We'll certainly do a midpoint evaluation, and we'll certainly do it anytime it seems appropriate to check in to see how we're doing, because it's going to be an evolutionary work in progress. Your homework, as mentioned, is Monday. Send us an email. Last call for alternates, the name, email, and phone number. We'll add them to the emails that go out at interested party list. If you have an alternate, let me know. And again, reminder to send stuff to the email address, Benton County Talks Trash at cobenton.org, and to me. The working agenda has been outlined. We will see what try to wrap up the allocation of charges issue, look at a work plan, and we will look at a table of contents after we come back. And still have the full meeting, and then on the was it 18th? So was it? I'm sorry, I'm brain dead. That will have the tour subject to availability. So, last call for questions and comments. Someone on the screen? Yes, Ed.
The references on the Planning Commission that I believe Nancy mentioned, could you post those on the project website? Because I could not find the information.
Daniel, what are they? Is that something that is postable?
Yeah, it should be.
So the answer was yes, it should be, and we will look at getting that up.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ed.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Last call, questions, comments? Yes, Darren, let me get you the microphone so you get heard by people speak.
So just in the conversation over dinner, one of the public participants asked me, how can people find out about the work group's work and get plugged into the meeting dates? So I just want to reflect that for the record, and also to say that we've committed to make these as transparent, open, accessible as possible. I don't know exactly how we're collecting names and emails, but we are collecting them. For anybody who contacts us at Benton County Talks Trash, we're adding them to our list. Please let us know how we can get people kind of up to speed with this work.
Darren, somebody suggested that everybody who wrote in and commented on the prior CUP would probably like to be notified of this, and apparently nobody knows about it.
I just wanted to know, do we have to have an alternate or?
No, you don't need to have, you don't have to have an alternate. In fact, I read the board's comments through the meetings that they prefer to not have an alternate, so that we have consistency of thought and understanding. And in the charter, it lays out some requirements that that person has to have full authority. So an alternate can't come to the meeting and say, yeah, I don't have authority to poll, take the poll on that. They have to be someone that's up to speed, and we would certainly encourage them to attend the meeting. Mark.
Okay, to Darren's point and Nancy's, somebody approached me too, a member of the public who had just was sitting here. And he suggested, and he also said, he just found out about this by accident. He suggested that we post an advertisement in the paper to let people know. But also, he felt that his name was on some of the lists that he had attended some of the CUP broadcasts and did not, and was not informed of this.
Okay, thank you for the feedback. We've done our best to get that information out there, and I know a lot of people are aware, but apparently not everybody who is interested is aware. I'm encouraging work group members to help us get the word out, and then we will do our best to make sure.
Can you post an ad in the Gazette Times?
I think we can. Yeah, I think we can.
That couldn't hurt.
Well, so tomorrow, Benton County's public information officer will post the results of today's meeting, the kickoff meeting, with a link to the website. So it may be even better than an ad, which will be an article. So let's see if that'll accomplish that. But we will do what it takes to get people plugged in.
I was thinking of the same little blurb that you sent out to some public information line, Benton County Public Information Line. You know, that would be a striking ad, even if somebody missed an article. You know, it would be a striking color kind of thing.
Great. Nancy?
Just Darren, if you could, you know, I realize you guys are gonna push stuff out tomorrow, but as it relates to the tour, we need a little bit of time to think through what is a safe scenario for public, even if limited public participation. And so I'm not saying don't tell people about the tour, but I'm kind of saying give us a little bit of time to figure out how operationally, safety, parking, a host of logistics, just like what the art of the doable is. And so in my mind, that's part of the, you know, get back to Sam tomorrow. But we could create unnecessary and avoidable risks if, you know, if we're not ready.
Just all right, so I can, now the meeting's over, we survived it. I want to tell you why possibly I was late for the meeting. If I was to tell you that I had a exploration with a state police on I-5, would that be believable? I'm not asking you if I had it or not, just asking you, would it be believable? 1, 2, or 3. All right, so please leave your name tents and your voting things. I know they're very valuable. And you can see they're so professionally done. Yeah, they're going to be signed by. So go forth, do good, avoid evil. Thank you so very much, and we'll see you on So leave your name tents, we'll pick them up, leave your voting thing, pick them up, they'll be ready for next time.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for being here.
Sure. Thanks, Brian. Thank you.